Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brothers and sisters. Welcome to another edition of DawahWise. In this evening session, we're actually very, very honored to have a very distinguished panel of speakers. Okay, I have too many panels open. Okay, so as you know, we're currently in the month of Rajab, which is a month of absolution. We are to seek forgiveness from Allah in this month. And so the topic of looking at the heart and the soul is actually quite apt, alhamdulillah. For centuries and millennia now, humans have an endless fascination with the phenomenon of the soul and consciousness, commonly known as nafs in Arabic. Now, many outside of Islam have devised various approaches to interpret the soul and attribute it to it different things depending on which part of the world, which religion, which tribe or sect they belong to. Some traditions even claim really deep and secret knowledge that only they have, that nobody else has, given to them by their sages. For those in the fold of Islam, many may assume that the nafs and the ruh, the soul and the spirit, are one and the same thing. And we'll go into some of the reasons why they are actually distinct. Now, we know from the Qur'an, in Surah Al-Isra 17, verse 85, it says, "They ask you, O Prophet, about the spirit. Say, its nature is known only to my Lord, and you, O humanity, have been given but little knowledge." So around the world, we have discussions, ongoing discussions, fervent discussions amongst theologians, philosophers, critics, scientists. And all it does is bolster the fact that the soul is an undeniable truth. And we can say that it's a majority view. And yet, despite this, there is a minority view in the world today that deny the soul outright, which is quite amazing. They claim that it's simply atoms in motion, chemical reactions, and consciousness of the soul is a byproduct of those interactions. Now, we know from our tradition that one of the most important tasks for which our Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was sent was the purification of the soul. And Allah informs us of this in the glorious Qur'an in chapter 62, verse 2. He says, "He is the one who raised for the illiterate people a messenger from among themselves, reciting to them his revelations, purifying them, and teaching them the book and wisdom. For indeed they had previously been clearly astray." Now, to our distinguished panel. Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Haroon Sidat is currently a research associate at the Centre for the Study of Islam in the UK at Cardiff University. He received a PhD on the topic of the formation and training of British Muslim scholarship, a sociological study. He has training in traditional Islamic studies and seeks to combine the textual learning of the Islamic tradition with the sociology of religious professionals. He also teaches Islamic fiqh and theology, which Aqidah, Islamic law, and theology, Aqidah, and is also an imam at a masjid. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Haroon Sidat.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Absolute honor and a pleasure to be here.
I'm so pleased you could join us. And next to him is well known to many of you is Sheikh Fahad Tasleem. He is the founder of DC Seminary, an institute focused on spiritually empowering working professionals, graduates, and college students. He also serves as the research fellow and instructor at Sapiens. He holds graduate and postgraduate degrees in economics, finance, and Islamic theology, and has a wide range of interests in Quranic studies, Dawah, Islamic and comparative theology, economics, and Arabic linguistics. Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh Fahad Tasleem.
Wa alaikum assalam wa
Pleased to have you
rahmatullah.
here.
Likewise, happy to be here. Alhamdulillah.
And finally, to my brother Hashim, who is on the panel, who will be joining us today as actually a panel member, as well as a guest as well, because he'll be contributing significantly to the show today. And later, inshallah, we will be joined by Brother Hamza Yusuf, Brother Shabir, Brother Yusuf and Brother Abdul Rahman, inshallah. They'll be joining us as and when time permits.
And Hamza sources as well.
And Hamza sources, yes, that's right.
Yes.
Okay, so how are you all today? How are you feeling? And where in the world are you all today? I know where I am.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah. Well, I know where I am. So, Sheikh Fahad, where are you today? Where in the
So
world are you?
I reside in Texas, Houston, Texas, specifically.
Nice and warm there, sunny. Not
You
cold?
know, usually it is, but last night we had a winter freeze. So it
Really?
was very
Again?
cold last night. Yeah. And in fact, we're not really prepared for that sort of thing. So I had a couple pipes burst and things like that.
Oh my goodness.
So we're just
Okay, well,
we're not equipped to deal with that sort of temperature, but
Hmm.
generally
Well,
it's warm. Alhamdulillah.
generally it's warm, yes. I mean, Texas to me, I just know these sort of deserts and cactus. That's all I know about Texas. That's it. That's my very, very limited perspective on Texas. Okay,
You need to come and visit then, man. You
I do.
open your
inshallah,
mind a little.
inshallah.
Is that from the Tom and Jerry cartoons?
I have
Oh,
no
man.
idea where it's from, but that's all I seem to. Every time somebody says Texas, that's all I imagine
Oh,
Texas is
man.
about.
Just
And Dr. Haroon Sidat, where are you? Where are you? Today?
I mean, what's the exciting part of England, which is the north of England, where all the
Absolutely
magic
right.
happens, of course.
Mashallah.
So because I know there's a north-south divide, and the south is always sort of taking everything away from us, but they haven't taken our love away for one another. So we're special people here, but we're in the north of England. I'm near a town called Blackburn, which is not far from Preston, or maybe Manchester's more famous. So that's where I am. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah, yes. The only north-south divide I know is the fact that they don't know what a real curry is down south.
No, I mean, I don't have a curry when I come down south. I just don't.
Yeah, exactly. They have no idea what a real curry is because they
No.
don't say. But if you want a real curry, you have to go to Manchester or Birmingham. I'm sorry, there's no argument there. Alhamdulillah.
We'll have to differ over there. I mean, back to
Yeah, well,
differ,
look,
but,
okay. Okay,
but alhamdulillah, it's good you both are in the north. Alhamdulillah, it's
Yeah.
not bad in the south either, where we have the capital and the parliament. So
Okay, fair enough.
alhamdulillah, we'll settle with that.
Lots of parties down south, right? You seem to be having lots of parties
Yes,
down
indeed.
south.
Lots of chicken tikka parties, I think. Yeah, lots of weddings, from what I remember. Alhamdulillah.
Sorry, while we are at it, I just wanted to
Yeah.
remind everyone that if you're wondering where is Ustad Mansur, he's been traveling, and that's the reason he's not here. It's not that he's been keeping quiet for no reason, but we all need a break. And alhamdulillah, Ustad Mansur is on a short break, but he'll be back soon in a couple of weeks, inshallah.
Yeah. So brothers are allowed to take holidays, by the way. It's allowed. They don't have to be on YouTube all the time, Boom. As surprising as that may be. Alhamdulillah.
Wait, what's a holiday, Mohammed? Can you just
What's a
explain
holiday?
what-
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Just don't know
Okay. No, yeah, okay. Yeah, we do have one occasionally.
they call it a vacation here.
Yeah,
I don't know about
vacation.
you
They
guys.
call them vacations over there. There you go.
A holiday is
There
like,
you go.
Christmas. is all.
Nowadays, people spend that in a lockdown as well.
Yeah. It involves spending time with one's family, relaxing, doing things that people enjoy doing. That
In your
that sort of
kids.
thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, recognizing them again. Alhamdulillah. So the topic of today is the soul, and one of the reasons that we thought this would be interesting to bring to the table, inshallah, is there is an affliction that we've noticed amongst many, whether they are in sort of the Dawah community or the general population, and it is something that I hear quite often, and it's getting actually surprisingly younger and younger these days, where I'm hearing it where, look, I'm doing all of the practice, I'm doing my salah, but I don't feel it. There's sort of nothing inside. And I don't feel the connection. I don't feel the spirituality. What can I do to recover this? And usually we know from our tradition that this is usually a sickness of the heart or a sickness of spirituality. And if I could just start then by really sort of asking Dr. Sidat just to sort of help us frame the discussion in terms of what is the Islamic understanding of the soul, and how do we, what is our Islamic perspective on what the soul is, and maybe even the journey of the soul. How do we think of it in terms of our earthly life as well as the afterlife?
Yeah, so I'll just take everyone on a small journey, if you like.
ahead,
and
yeah,
explain some concepts, if that's okay. So there's some words that we probably just need to be familiar with, and I do apologize if I use a bit too much Arabic. If I do, I will translate them or make reference to them where necessary. So I guess the starting point is really where Muslims start from, which is the Quran, which is their sacred text, and how they understand and approach that text. And the really important verse, if you like, is in the Quran in chapter 17, verse 85, and wherein the Prophet, peace be upon him, is asked a question, a particular question about the ruh. The word in Arabic here is used, ruh. It's interesting, scholars use different words in English to translate the ruh, the spirit, the soul, but I'm going to stick to spirit for now. So they asked the Prophet, a delegation came to the Prophet, a group of people came to the Prophet, and of course asked him about this ruh. And the Prophet is then told by God, by Allah, to respond, قُلِ الرُّوحُ مِنْ أَمْرِ رَبِّي, that its nature is only known to my Lord, which is fascinating because immediately you have this idea that the real knowledge lies with God, right? And God really knows what it is about. But that doesn't, of course, prevent scholars and other verses in the Quran talking about it and making reference to the ruh in various ways as well. And the verse continues, وَمَا أُوتِيتُم مِّنَ الْعِلْمِ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا, that I have only been given, or humanity, you've only been given a little bit of knowledge. So we, in comparison to the infinite, as finite beings, we have a limited grasp of the reality of things. So there's a sense of humility that's inherently embedded when we approach God or when we approach our sacred text. And this is the great mystery in some ways. Having said that, Muslims, being people who reflect deeply upon the Quran, have made inquiries, have looked at the traditions of the Prophet, that's the Hadith tradition, and they've used various methods to try and understand what the ruh actually is. And so this verse is very, very important. We do have another verse in the Quran where the ruh comes. So there are other places in the Quran where God makes reference to the ruh. So for example, there's this idea of the life breath, if you like, that God breathes into man. Allah says in the Quran, for example, and I'll just give you some references for those who are interested. This is in chapter 15, verse 29. You can also find another reference in chapter 38, verse 72. And I'll give you one more, which is chapter 32, verse number 9. But I'll stick with one of them for now, where God says, فَإِذَا سَوَيْتُهُ وَنَفَخْتُ فِيهِ مِنْ رُوحِي فَقَعُوا لَهُ سَاجِدِينَ, that God really breathed into him his spirit, if you like. And so there's this idea of breath, the divine breath, which has been brought into life, which has been brought into this sort of material body, which is really interesting because you have this immaterial substance now making its way into a material substance, which is the human body, if you like. And in Muslim understanding, we have the archetype, which is Adam, who comes into existence, and he's activated, if you like. The current is now flowing, to use a modern way of understanding this. Now we have power in this being, which is the Prophet Adam, who is really the first creation, the archetype that God brings into creation. And so there's this idea of breathing into the human subject, min ruhina. And this is something very, very interesting, because the ruh, immediately when we engage with the Quran, we have this impression that there's this life breath that God breathes into Adam. But it's not just Adam. If you look at other verses in the Quran, God also talks about Mary, who then receives this from the angel Gabriel, and this is also mentioned in the Quran as well, as in other places as well. Sorry, the verse I talked about is actually about that, so I got that wrong, just to be clear. That the verse I talked about is talking about this idea of Mary being breathed into by the Holy Spirit. And Allah mentions in the Quran again. So again, the ruh is his divine spirit, but it's also referring to the angel Gabriel as well. So we have like interesting actors, if you like, who are involved in this as well. And so God says in, for example, chapter 2, verse 87, وَأَيَّدْنَاهُ بِرُوحِ الْقُدُسِ, that the term ruh here is now being applied metaphorically. So one, we have a literal understanding, but the Quran, because of its richness and its depth and its textual sort of enigma, if you like, talks about the angel Gabriel and the Injil, and this ruh is now being breathed into this woman, even, which is again fascinating, because it's a woman, right? So you have gender, which is now being thrown into the mix as well. But this is something interesting, because there's something symbolic which brings the creation of Adam and this creation of Jesus, peace be upon him, is that the ruh is the cause of life in human beings, right? It's the sabab of giving life to a human being. And there's also the angel Gabriel, who is a cause of knowledge in the life of hearts, which is interesting as well. So this primary signification of ruh is the life breath, as I've kind of tried to use different translation, as instead of saying soul, I've kind of used it here that literally it's a life breath as well. But the Qur'an metaphorically also extends this, right? There's an extension to talk about giving life to dead people, in a sense that they may not be physically dead, but when a person is given life, and you find this, for example, in many texts, they use the word giving life, ihya, this life, the Ihya Ulumuddin, for example, of Imam Ghazali, giving life to the religious sciences is very, very important as well. And so there's this metaphorical expression as well. In fact, in verse 52 of the 42nd chapter in the Quran, Allah says, وَكَذَلِكَ أَوْحَيْنَا إِلَيْكَ مِنْ رُوحٍ مِنْ أَمْرِنَا. And so this refers to, we have revealed the spirit of our bidding. And so this is like taking people from this life of living a life of a death of ignorance. Like people are in this life, this existence of ignorance and unbelief, and the ruh is like something that's bringing them to life. So there's this physical life, which is giving life to human beings, but it's also tied to knowledge as well, metaphorically. That knowledge, sacred knowledge, recognizing your creator, is a form of giving life to the human subject as well. And revelation, which is the key thread that connects this, is that it's life, because revelation, wahi we call it in Arabic, causes life insofar as it induces one to attain intimate knowledge of the divine. So the ruh is also sometimes referred to as revelation, right? So because revelation has this power in it. And in Islamic tradition, as many of our Muslim followers will know, that the Prophet, when he received revelation, it was a huge event in his life. It was a supernatural event, because this is the angel Gabriel, who is not part of this material world, if you like, coming from the divine world, now meeting the Prophet in a cave. And the Prophet is now receiving revelation. And we know in the traditions of how he squeezed the Prophet. And some scholars actually comment, because that was because this was a human and an angelic creation coming together. And this was him squeezing the Prophet, peace be upon him, to prepare him for this, this connection, this revelation that he is now going to receive. So the ingredients of the soul are derived from the celestial divine realm, right? It's not from this world. And so the soul is inseparable from the human frame, if you like, and continues to exist even after corruption of that frame. So even when a person dies and they become atoms, or they become food for the insects in the grave, the soul continues. And that gave birth to a whole genre of literature which came about, which talked about the idea of beautifying the soul, right? That's something that's so important, because this is the eternal creation. So the soul comes from before this world, if you like, and then it comes into this world, and it takes on, if you like, for one of a better phrase, it takes on this vessel of the human body, which is material. And then the soul moves on to the next life, which is, it goes back to the source, right? It goes back to its creator. So the soul is it's the essence. And many scholars talk about how the soul really connects us to the divine realm. And it's only because, and I'll talk about this maybe later on, it's only because of the moral defilement and the vices that the soul becomes covered in dust, which is materialism again, right? And so it becomes weighed down, if you like, because the nature of dust and materials is that it brings one down, whereas to be freed or liberalized from that lifts one up, which is the angelic sort of force, if you like, as well. And so this is something to bear in mind. And again, it's related to the body, because again, I mentioned in chapter 38, verse 72, God does mention, فَإِذَا سَوَّيْتُهُ وَنَفَخْتُ فِيهِ. So God created Adam, he formed Adam, he created me and you, and then life was breathed into us. So that's how the relationship is, if you like, with the body and the soul.
Could I ask a question here, please, Dr. Stott? So this idea of breathing in, I mean, to me, it really sort of, as I read the literature on this, it really seems that the soul isn't in a location, in a single location in the body, right? Because if something is breathed into the body, it means the soul really sort of exists as throughout the entire frame. You know, there's no, you can't point to sort of a location in the brain or a few cells or something. How important is that concept, that it's really sort of, it's embedded into the frame of the human being? It's not sort of, for instance, the body has parts, right? You can chop an arm or a leg off, you know, amputated or whatever, and the body is still the body, right? But the soul cannot be chopped into pieces.
Yeah,
right?
Because it's infinite. It comes from the infinite, and when something is infinite and it comes from the divine realm, it's only there for a short while in the body, but it permeates the entire body. It's like maybe use an example of something it's immaterial, so it's going to be throughout the entire body, like in your entire physical body.
Yeah, I think that's the key point. You know, it's not material; it's immaterial. So you can't think about chopping it off like the hand, which is material, flesh.
Exactly.
Something like that.
And we'll talk about this later, because I mean, as we know, in the materialistic world we're in, there's this sort of huge journey to try and find the soul, or to find consciousness, or the center of consciousness. And maybe this is a good point to bring Sheikh Fahad in, to say this term soul or consciousness, I mean, is it one thing? Is it many things? What constitutes it in our understanding?
So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I think it's a very interesting question when we speak about it from the perspective of consciousness, right? Like, I think one area that we sometimes miss out on, we can have a discussion that's, especially when it comes to Islamic terminology and things like that, kind of misses the point about the person themselves and their own conscious state, right? Like, each one of us has like inner subjective experiences. And those inner subjective experiences, like, we can speak about them, but when you speak about it, you're not merely giving another person literally giving them those experiences. What you're doing is you're taking some words, which is basically a sophisticated system of what they call semiosis, right? In other words, signs, that you're trying to attach that internal state of yours to those signs to give it to somebody else. But no two people can really know the other person's inner subjective state. Like, you know, let's say that, you know, Brother Muhammad, you have a cookie, right? I guess you call them biscuits or whatever you guys, right?
I do have one, actually. I do have one here, actually. Yeah,
so
I do
now
have one, yeah.
You taste this biscuit. Let's say it's a chocolate biscuit, whatever it is. There you go. So you taste it. You have an inner subjective experience about what that biscuit tastes like that I can never directly know. You could describe it. You can tell me it's sweet. It's a bit, it crumbles a little bit, you know, it melts in your mouth, whatever, you could describe it. But those are just words that you're trying to describe a reality that's only subject to you. So that inner subjective experience, what we can call consciousness, has a connection with the ruh, as we're just speaking about the spirit or the soul. Now, and this term ruh, it's interesting because there's other terms that sometimes are used synonymously. So for example, we can say nafs, but nafs, depending on the context of where it's used, it could mean the same as a soul. It could also mean the entire shakhsiyah, the entire personality of a person. It could mean one's base desires, right? So if we were to break down what the human being is, you know, just to make it easier for the people that are listening, we could say that we have a material reality, which is like the animal kingdom. All right, I know I might get into trouble for this, and it might be the last time I'm on the stream, but that's okay. So, like the animal kingdom. But then we also have a spiritual reality, which is akin to what you can say like an angelic personality or an angelic reality. And the fact that we have both is what makes us who we are. In fact, our spirituality if we understand that to be linked to consciousness, in fact, makes us exactly in reality what makes us who we are. Okay, so let me elucidate this point. You know, in the Qur'an, there's a verse where Allah says, "Do not be like those who forgot God, so God caused them to forget themselves." Right? So when we ask the question, if you think about the quintessential person that's forgotten God, what kind of person comes up? Like if you thought, okay, who's the one person
The atheist.
Atheist. Oh,
Yeah.
right. It's the atheist. So now the verse says, right? وَلَا تَكُونُوا كَالَّذِينَ نَسُوا اللَّهَ فَأَنْسَاهُمْ أَنفُسَهُم. Do not be like those who forgot God, so God caused them to forget themselves. Do atheists forget to brush their teeth in the morning? Do they? Well,
No.
I mean, most of them hopefully do.
Well, hopefully not. Yeah, hopefully not. Yeah,
Right?
Yeah, hopefully
Do
not.
they
Yeah.
forget? Do they not have ambitions of going to college and getting jobs? I mean, what does it mean that they forgot themselves? And so from this perspective, we see that what is truly our self? What is the ontological reality? And like Sheikh Haroon was mentioning earlier, or I think you were mentioning this as well, like if you were to take off physical body parts, let's say, God forbid, we get into a car accident, you lose your arm, you're still you. You lose your other arm, you're still you. You lose your legs, you're still. So what makes you, you? So from an Islamic, you can say, pneumatological point of view, what makes you you in reality is your ruah, is your soul.
Exactly. You know, there's even been cases where comatose patients who are long-term comas, they've actually had them respond, even in these states of complete, sort of what will, to all intents and purposes, appears to be lifeless.
Yeah.
Yet there's still brain activity.
Sure.
And yet they're still responding when the doctor speaks to them. So the ruh persists in a way that the body just could degenerate and not be there, and yet it's still there.
Yeah,
I mean, this is really what you're referring to, right?
Right. Yeah, of course. I mean, and remember, we're not talking about something physical, and this is where
exactly
you could even get into what they call the hard problem of consciousness, right? Like, you know, I was speaking about intersubjective states. All right, so that was one thing that I had mentioned earlier. So this becomes what you may call an epistemic gap, in the sense that you have this intersubjective state, but you can never know, or let's say test in a lab, another person's intersubjective state. There's no tool you can stick
so
in
let me
their
just
body.
stop you there. So
Sure.
so you've used what is actually an academic term, the hard
Sure.
problem of consciousness.
Yeah.
So is it a hard problem because you're not smart enough to solve it, or is it hard because it's you know, what does it mean? What does it mean? Yeah.
A couple of things. So there's two ways we can look at it. So one is what we call this epistemic gap. Like there's no way, let's say if we take a materialist, or let's say you know, like under the rubric of physicalism, if we say that all processes are just blind and they're non-conscious, right? So when you talk about the physical world, this is an assumption. If that's the case, you have an inner subjective experience, like I was mentioning about the cookie, that nobody else can experience. Like no one.
That's the epistemic gap you're talking about.
That's
right?
what I'm talking about. You can it moves from direct testing to trusting. You have to trust what the person's saying.
I like that.
You can't access directly what they're saying. All you can do is take an estimate based on the language that they're using to express that intersubjective state.
And even then, that assumes that the words you're using have the same understanding and meaning on the other side. That they semantically mean the same things.
That's another level.
Another level of linguistically, exactly.
Yeah.
So you're assuming linguistically they arrive at the same linguistic meaning that you arrive at.
Exactly.
And again, that's another gap there as well.
But there's another more fascinating issue with this. And that fascinating issue is not what we'd call an epistemic gap, not a gap in knowledge, but it's what we would call an ontological problem, in the sense that when we talk about things like intentionality, where does that arise? What part of the body does intentionality arise? So if we understand that, for instance, that we have like an intersubjective experience, and that, but where in our neurobiology does it actually originate? How does it start, right? Even if you were to, let's say, correlate all of the neurobiological functioning in the mind with specific experiences, even if you were to correlate them down to the T, you still have the problem of how does it arise from a process that is non-conscious and blind. So you have this almost like dead stuff that's giving, well, how does that process work, right? So in essence, it's a two-pronged issue. And the Islamic understanding of that is that is traversed by way of an understanding of the ruh, right? Understanding of the soul or the spirit, right? And like
so let me sort of pause you there, because so we've used lots of different words here. So we've used ruh, we've used nafs, we've used consciousness, lots of terminology. Dr. Sidat, is there a like a formal, or let's say a structural approach to understanding this from Islamic perspective? Can we categorize these words into a way that we can make sense of this ontology, as Sheikh Fahad was talking about?
Are they synonymous or distinct?
Yeah, are they synonymous? Do they mean different things, or is there a way that that we can talk about it without mixing them up? Because otherwise, I can see there's room for a lot of confusion here with people.
Yeah. So one of the simplest ways I think to think about this is, we've talked about the ruh already. So let's talk about the nafs now. The ruh, let's just leave it as that life-giving spirit, right? For now, it gives life to a person, right?
Good.
Now, the nafs is very interesting, by the way. I find the nafs very fascinating. It is synonymous, but a way to understand, it can be synonymous, but there are overlaps and distinctions. And the way I try and understand it whenever I get into a conversation about the nafs is I go to the story of Yusuf, Joseph, in the Quran, because the word nafs actually appears in there. And in the context he's using it is very fascinating. So this is in the Quran. When God talks about Yusuf, وَمَا أُبَرِّئُ نَفْسِي, the word nafs comes. Then he's using the word nafs again. إِنَّ النَّفْسَ لَأَمَّارَةٌ بِالسُّوءِ إِلَّا مَا رَحِمَ رَبِّي إِنَّ رَبِّي غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. So the translation is, I do not seek to free myself from blame. So here he's talking about himself, the self, if you like. For indeed, the soul is ever inclined to evil, right? And except to those who God shows mercy. God is all forgiving and merciful. Now, there are other verses where other points where Allah or God talks about the nafs again. And what you see immediately is there's 3 levels at which the nafs, if you like, operates up. In the case of Yusuf, Joseph, peace be upon him, he's talking about the lowest level, which is the ammaratun bisu, which is the one that incites to evil, because he uses you get into linguistics here, but he's doing a nisba, he's doing idafa. He's basically saying that this is a type of nafs. It's the same nafs, but this nafs is inclined or is inciting to evil, right? And then you can bring in a tradition from the Prophet, peace be upon him, wherein he's reported to have said that that your greatest enemy is your own self, which not only disgraces you, but gets you involved in evil deeds and makes you run into all sorts of troubles. So you have this, it's almost like a kingdom. You have this unruly kingdom, right? There's just chaos. There's no one to rule it. And later on, we'll talk about the aql, the rational faculty, and its role in this as well. So you have this kingdom, and a lot of scholars, not just Muslim scholars, but many scholars talk about this they kind of use this idea of the republic, this idea it's like a city, it's like a kingdom. And you have this unruly kingdom where it's just chaotic.
So this is anarchy. So this is essentially anarchy, right?
Yes, it's anarchy. And it's interesting because the Quran does that. The Quran looks at a microcosm and the macrocosm, right? So you are a symbol, you are an embodiment of the macrocosm. The universe exists within you as well, right? In some ways as well. But that's a separate conversation that maybe we could have at some other point. So then you can go into the chapter in Quran called Surah Al-Qiyamah, and Allah here uses the word Nafsul Lawwama, which is like a middle level, which, for one of a better phrase, we could say it's the reproaching soul. So you've done something wrong and you feel bad about it, like, why did I do that? Whereas the previous one, it's like one does not even feel like it's immoral or it's wrong, etc. So this is and it's interesting because God talks about this in this particular chapter, in this chapter of Lawwama, and God also kind of exalts it in some ways. It's an honor because wala uqsimu bin nafs al-lawwama. I swear by the day of judgment, I swear by the reproaching self. So there's a sort of dignity and honor in it that it's actually it's better than being in a state where you just don't care. There's immorality, there's issues, there's chaos. Whereas here, there is a concern within the self to rectify one's issues, right? That's the battleground. And
so this would be this would be, for example, accidentally or deliberately you commit a sin, but then you feel guilty about it.
Yeah.
That I should not have done this, and then you actually have a feeling of, I need to rectify this somehow now. So it's the body's natural warning system, I would say, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can get the theology with it as well, in terms of, do we know evil and wrong by nature,
and that is a whole different discussion.
That's a whole conversation that we're going to avoid for now. But it's like this inbuilt, like, it's a reflex, like
alarm system. Yes.
Yeah, it's an alarm system that, look, this isn't a natural state of being, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Hassan al-Basri, one of the famous sages of our history, he expressed the view that Allah has sworn an oath by the self-reporting conscience here, in order to show the honor for the believing souls who take account of their deeds, who feel regret, who feel sorry for their shortcomings. So this is like, it's actually a gift. Like, at least you feel this way. At least you feel like, you know what, and I failed here morally as a human being. I failed in this level. So that's the intermediary level. And the highest level, which is where every human being wants to be at, ideally, is what's in Surah Al-Fajr in the Qur'an. And this is verse 27, 28, chapter 89, I think, where the word that's used is nafsul mutma'inna. So in all three times you have the word nafs being used, and this is a nafs which is mutma'in, which is like in a state of peace, in a state of equilibrium, whatever word you want to use. Like it's interesting because the verse continues, irji'i ila rabbiki radiyatan mardiyya fadkhuli fi ibadi wadkhuli jannati, that they are at a stage where they've elevated themselves, they've reached a level where they are ready to return back to their Lord. So this journey of, starting from the source and returning back to the Creator. And so this is mentioned. So in certain places, the human self has been called as a inciting to evil, right? Another place is reproaching, it's a reproaching self, and at another place it's been called a soul at peace as well. So this is very, very, very fascinating, and this is, I guess, one of the ways that you can get an understanding of this. I'll just
so the peace you refer to here, is this the peace that we refer to as when you've actually accepted Islam in your heart and you're practicing it, and you, I mean, is because we say Islam gives you peace. Is this the peace we're talking about here?
In a worldly sense, yes. So in a worldly sense, you have like so even if there's immorality around you, there's chaos around you, you know that rationally speaking, spiritually speaking, this is God's in control, right?
Exactly. Oh, that's the peace. Okay, I see.
That's the peace. Like he's in charge. Like it's meant to be this way.
Yeah. Basically, it's like saying I'm content with the hukum of Allah. Like I accept if there is any adversity or there's any happiness with everything. The heart which is mutmain, which is at with tranquility, they are at peace at all times.
But it's also interesting, Hashim, very interesting. The verse continues, radiyatan mardiyya, right? That it's not just peace, but God's pleased with you. Like you're in a state of, because the ultimate aim is to seek the pleasure of your Creator, right? I mean, that's where the pleasure lies. Yeah. That's
so wonderful. So let me pick up on it. So you said something there, which is when the nafs originated. What do we understand in the? I mean, maybe Sheikh Fahad or Haroon, Dr. Haroon. What do we mean when we say the soul originated or the nafs originated? Because there is a this.
Are you asking about the ruh or the nafs? You have to be careful here.
Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify. Because the discussion was about nafs.
Yeah.
And he said it originated, but I'm asking what originated then, because we know in the Islamic tradition that there was a witnessing of the soul that Allah took from all souls.
Yeah.
Somebody want to elaborate on that for us?
Sure. I mean, so I think.
Sorry, go ahead. No, it's Al-Isra, isn't it? Surah Al-Isra.
Yes. So I mean, so one of the things I wanted to just kind of couch the discussion in is the idea that different words are going to mean different things in different contexts, right? So when we say nafs, and if you're used to the term, you'll use it in its appropriate context in the English language and not think twice about like the fact that someone's like, wait a minute, this word, I thought you just said it meant soul, and now you think you said it meant the self, and now it's got. So I think a nice way to categorize it, just for the benefit of our viewers, is to understand that like words are context sensitive, right? And so therefore, you know, the example that's sometimes given is if I say, you know, if I use the word lion, for instance, now lion brings up something in the mind, says, okay, there's an animal and so on and so forth. But when you say he was a lion on the battlefield, okay, now you understand lion to mean something else. So words are context savvy, sensitive.
Well, they had Richard the Lionheart in English history, if you remember.
There you go, right? Yeah. So it's going to, so the word nafs is, I would say, in a similar category, in the sense that you can look at it in three different meanings. Number one, it could be used as synonymous to the word ruh. That's number one. Okay. So sometimes when Allah describes, is talking about the nafs, he's actually talking about the ruh. They can refer to the entire person, the self. And that's why a lot of times you see it translated as the self. In fact, Allah refers to himself using this word, right? And so it's the entire person, the entire self. When we think about, you know, not to get too technical, but the ontological reality of the human being in its entirety, that's called nafs. The third is your base desires, right? You can say the hawa, those desires that are part of your, you can say, animal reality, your material reality. You have a desire to eat. You have a desire to sleep. You have desire for marital relations. Those are your base desires. Okay. Now, this can also be called nafs, right? What Dr. Haroon was mentioning about the 3 levels would be your middle category, in the sense that your entire personality, depending on the balance between your ruh, how strong it is, and your nafs, how weak it is, right? You will have different categories of your entire personality. So the stronger your ruh, the stronger, and here I'm using your spiritual reality, and the weaker your animal-based desires, you find that will get you to a certain level in your entire personality, right? And that's what we call mutma'inna. That tranquility is when your spirituality, in a sense, has overtaken your base desires. So you're in charge. Like nothing can mess with you. You're totally, you've got it, right? Then, like, and this would be the majority of people, you've got sometimes back, sometimes forth. Sometimes you're on a, you know, your spirituality is at its apex, and, you know, you make correct moral choices and all of these things. You feel good, and you feel close to God and all these things. But sometimes you falter, you sin, you know, you do things that you know you shouldn't have done, right? That up and down, back and forth, that's your second level, right? That nafs al-lawama, as is known in the Islamic tradition. And finally, it's that self-reproaching soul where you can, in a sense, say that your basal desires have kind of overtaken, right? So now they're dominant. Okay, so I don't know if this categorization helps.
No, it does, because I think the soul that commands, or the nafs al-amara, I think it is, right?
The amara to be su, right?
Amara to be su, right? So this is also, and again, I don't want to bring this in too early, but let me just sort of say it anyway. Is this also where the influence of the evil can happen from the outside?
Of course. So there is,
because we haven't spoken about that yet, because we've spoken about the human, but then we are not islands of experience.
Exactly.
We live within a context of good and evil, and a context of other people. So maybe what I want to do is move into the idea now of really what we were talking about earlier, which is the intellect, but also how the heart, the spiritual heart that we call it, is first of all impacted internally, but also how the external influences really can impact it as well. So maybe you can just sort of, I mean, you're nodding your head, so if you could sort of start the discussion there, and we'll hand back to Dr.
Sure.
Haroon.
So one of the interesting things is that if we want to look at it from internal versus external, so externally, you're going to have certain forces, and let's bring the heart into the discussion. All right. So I think it's very important. We've kind of skipped out, but let's bring it in. The word for heart in Arabic, qalb, right, is a very interesting word because it refers to that which is like overturning, which is in a state of motion, right? The qalb refers to that. Like, for instance, the word for revolution in Arabic inqilab. I believe it's the same in Urdu if anyone speaks Urdu.
Yeah.
To overturn the system, to overturn the government. So
Mm.
that concept of overturning, if you think about the heart as the battleground, you have external forces and then you have internal an internal force. If you can imagine the ruh inside the heart. Now, obviously, we don't know where the ruh is, but I'm just saying for us to graphically kind of understand the concept. Understanding the ruh inside the heart, that it has an external pressure, right?
Right.
Okay. It's trying to move out, trying to influence the person, because the state in which the human being is created from an Islamic paradigm is a state of goodness. And you can juxtapose this with a Christian understanding of this, of the self, which is a state of evil, which leads into a whole bunch of problems, right? Because we
Yes.
understand human beings at their core to be good. When you see a newborn child, you don't look at that child and say, look at that sinful little rat, right? You look at the child and say, look at that innocent child.
Well, listen. Well, even in the Christian tradition, they have this idea of cherubs and angelic babies,
Yeah.
and the imagery is always about something that is innocent and angelic, and yet they have this idea
Concept
of original evil, which
Right.
is which to me is really contradictory, by the way. But
Which-
that's a whole different discussion.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
and you might even be able to say that when we think about that original state of the human being, right? So I don't want to start introducing too many terms, but
No.
let's just leave it at the original state is good. So we'll leave it at that. So
Yes.
that ruh that you have, that soul, it has an outward pressure. That's good. It's trying to, okay. Then you have external influences. All right. So part of those external influences are your own body and its desires, and then the world around you. So the world around you is attached to your material reality, right? So
Yes.
when you want to eat, you're not going to eat, some sort of spiritual this thing. You're going to eat actual material food. Now, here's the thing. How does sin occur in the Islamic tradition? And this becomes very important. A sin occurs is that when you go beyond what you should, what is normative, let's say, what you should be doing, you go beyond that. So eating is okay, but eating in Ramadan is a different dynamic, right? Because now you've sinned, right? If it's the month of fasting, you're not supposed to eat and you eat, okay, now you've gone beyond what you should be doing. Similar to marital relations. You want to have relations with your spouse. If you have it with other than your spouse, that constitutes sin.
Big sin. Yeah.
It's very interesting that the Prophet Muhammad mentions that when the human being does a sin, and I'm just paraphrasing here just for the benefit of our audience, that a black dot is placed on the heart, right? So when you go beyond, like you have those desires, when those desires go beyond what they should be doing, a black dot is placed on the heart. If you keep doing that, those black dots eventually start to cover the heart. So that external pressure that's trying to get out, it becomes a little more difficult to stay the course. Now, you have the external pressures, but you also have another external gift. And that gift is revelation, which is also externally that touches the heart. And that's why if you go to the very famous Ayat an-Nur, Nurun ala Nur, it's light upon light. So that light that's inside of the human being, that soul that's trying to be its true self, it's trying to emanate and come out, and it's coupled with the light of revelation. And that's what's really fascinating about the Qur'an, is that many people, they'll read the Qur'an. A lot of people approach the Qur'an in some sort of clinical, cerebral, like give me logical arguments. But when you really think about the Qur'an, the spiritual flavor of the Qur'an, for lack of a better term, is actually, it'll blow your mind, right?
Yes.
And if you want, I can give a quick example of that, but
Please do. Yeah, please do. Yeah, go ahead.
So
yeah, please.
We were talking about the idea of consciousness a few minutes ago, right? We said that there's a connection with consciousness. So there are some ayat in Surah Sajda. Okay, so this is the 32nd ayat, 32nd surah. In Surah Sajda. So there's a phenomena in the Qur'an which we can refer to as grammatical shifts, which are known as iltifat. So stay with me. I know this is
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's fascinating is that when you start reading that surah, when you start reading that chapter, it starts off with the creation, or in the beginning, it starts talking about the creation of the human being. And in that chapter, it starts off by saying, "Alladhi ahsana kulla shay'in khalaqahu," that it is He who perfected everything, meaning God who perfected everything, and began the creation of man from teen, from clay.
Clay.
All right, so let me ask you this: is the verse speaking in the first person, the second person, or the third person? Now I'm gonna see if the Brits know their English.
Okay, I need to find the verse.
thought it was in Arabic.
Go ahead, Brother Hashim.
Okay. الذي أحسن كل شيء خلقه وبدأ خلق الإنسان من طين. So, Allah is the one who perfected everything which He created and began the creation of man from clay. So, first person, second person, third person. Where are we at?
Which He created. So that's.
So remember, first person is me, I, we. Second person, you,
He.
Right? He is person. He, it, third person. So it would be third person.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Then the next verse. ثُمَّ جَعَلَ نَسْلَهُ مِنْ سُلَالَةٍ مِّن مَّاءٍ مَّهِينٍ. Right? So then he is the one who made his posterity out of an extract of liquid disdained. Here he's talking about sperm or whatever it might be. First, second, third. Where are we at?
He said he again.
Right. So he's still in the third person.
Yes.
Okay. ثُمَّ سَوَّاهُ وَنَفَخَ فِيهِ مِن رُّوحٍ. Then he breathes into him, right? Oh, sorry. Then he proportioned him and breathed into him his ruh, what we were talking about earlier. So he proportions and then breathes into the human being. So we're still at
third person.
Still at third person. Now, here's where we're going to go with this. وَجَعَلَ لَكُمْ. And then he made for you as-sam'a wal-abasara wal-afida. Then he made for you what? Second. He made for you the ability to hear, vision, and think. Right? To be able to see and think. Is that in the first, second, or third person?
Second. Last second.
Second. What happens here is there's a grammatical shift. Why is there a grammatical shift? Because once the soul is in the body, now you have a conscious ability to be addressed.
Yes.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Subhanallah, right? Yeah.
Wonderful.
So what I'm trying to say is that when you get to the Qur'an and you start digging and you start going through and you start experiencing these type of things, this is just one layer that I'm mentioning. I'm sure, Shaykh Haroon could mention many, many, many others. But what I was talking about, light upon light, the light of revelation that touches the soul, that ruh, that heart, the soul, that's what we talk about in terms of the external influence as well. So you have external influences that have to do with the world, that are a worldly nature, that are of this material world. And you have those that are external that have to do with one's spirituality. And part of that is revelation. And then, of course, we can get into how revelation is part of our intellect and things like that.
Dr. Haroon, would you like to come in here with
I don't actually think I don't know what to add right now, mashallah.
Okay, so let me sort of take the so the next step, of course, is we talked about the qalb and the sort of the heart, but I mean, this is the spiritual heart now that we're talking about. I mean, you're not going to do open heart surgery and find black spots on your heart. I mean, that's not going to happen, guys. So let's just sort of be clear here.
Right.
However, if you don't do enough, you could end up with a heart problem anyway for other issues, right?
Sure.
But let's not sort of go there. So the qalb Islamically is the center of the heart, but then what role does the intellect play in this?
So, Shaykh Haroon, Dr. Haroon, if you want to take
for
that.
For me, the qalb is very simple. The qalb is the minister in my schema of the city, right? The heart is the one that is the center. It's the king. He or she is the king. You can use a male or female, whichever one you want. And the intellect is the minister, the wazir, who kind of like advises the heart and says, well, if you do this course of action, these are the consequences. And if you go down this route, these are the consequences. And so that's the duty. Well, we can't really talk about ministers in our society today because they're not really good role models. But the ideal type minister would be someone that gives, what wishes well. And someone that sits down with you and gives you the rationals for, if you take this course of action, this will be the consequence. So that's the role of the intellect in a very simple term, if you like, in a simple way of understanding it.
Exactly. So now the intellect, obviously, I mean, just academically, we have an idea of an untrained intellect versus a trained intellect, right? And as you know, Sheikh Fahad, I mean, we can have academic discussions with equally academic individuals who know what they're talking about, and you can talk at a certain level. This concept clearly has to apply here as well. I mean, if you don't train your aql, your intellect, like spiritually, with revelation, with knowledge, then you're really not going to be able to be that minister, that vizier that you need to be able to manage things. So what do we do to go about doing that?
So I'll tell you something interesting. Dr. Haroon was mentioning, like the minister. There's another saying in Urdu which I think is interesting here, right? And they say, "Akal karaya ka vakil hai," right? That the intellect is like a hired lawyer. So basically, it's going to provide a case for whatever it's going to basically be a lawyer for you. So if you're trying to justify your desires, what tool do you use? Like when you don't want to do something, let's say, okay, so for the Muslims here, like you
argue with you. Actually, you end up arguing with yourself, don't you?
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
you
not only that,
justify. Yeah, exactly.
You're just trying to sit there and justify things. Oh, you know what? I don't like the ruling on this. So let me ask Sheikh so-and-so. Oh, he didn't give me the ruling? Let me go ask Sheikh so-and-so now, right? So your intellect, it can be a very strong force for good, but it can also take you in the wrong direction too. You need to have something that couples it and grounds it, right? And this is why I tell a lot of people, you can't just rely 100% on rationality to solve your problems. You must have spirituality in order for you to move forward, right? And even when you think about this philosophically, everyone understands cognitive limitations. Like just like everyone understands, ocular limitations, like we can't see everything, right? We can't hear everything.
There's a really simple example. I remember my sheikh telling me when I was younger. He said, our eyes look forward and you can't see 50% of your body.
Yeah, exactly. That's so true, right? And
you know
what's really interesting? It doesn't bug us.
Like exactly. We don't care. We don't carry on, right?
Yeah. But when it comes to the intellect, all of a sudden it was like, are you saying I'm not smart? It's like, no.
Exactly.
Right?
There you go.
It might not be about your intelligence. It might be about where you are spiritually. Like, where's your heart? And that's why a lot of times when we're approaching a problem, let's say we're approaching even within the Islamic paradigm, we're approaching a doubt or a difficult verse or something like that. One of the things we check before we even get there is, what is our intention? Like that precedes the discussion. Why are we having this discussion in the first place? Even when I'm speaking with some non-Muslim friends of mine, I always tell them, I say, before we get to whether this particular point is true or false, and we want to, what's the state of your heart, man? Like are you here to really, are you really open to the truth, or do you want just to argue the point with me? Because if you just want to argue the point, like maybe we can come back some other time,
Yeah. No, I mean, this is a good point because I think without the why, the how can have like a very wide range of possibilities.
Yeah.
And if you don't sort of lock down on the why you're doing something, and you don't really understand whether that why is actually a meaningful spiritual objective. I mean, I mean, even if it's not spiritual, even if it's moral, ethical, then the how has so many options, and you can end up causing a lot of damage. And as we're told, I mean, whether we do this correctly or incorrectly, the only person that's harmed at the end of the day is you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That is brilliantly said, actually.
Yeah.
At the end of the day. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Brother Hashim.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this reminds me of this ayah in the Qur'an, with regards to the heart, where Allah says, I think it's Surah Al-Hajj. Let me get it here. So Allah says, have they not traveled throughout the land, so their hearts may reason and their ears may listen? Indeed, it is not the eyes that are blind, but it is the hearts in the chest that grow blind. And this is, I think, Surah Al-Hajj, chapter 22, 46. Yeah, because we see all these things with our heart, with our eyes. We reason, we obviously, science and everything is like so important nowadays to the youth, even to Muslims and both and the non-Muslims. So they see all this science, they see the horizon, they see even the consciousness that they themselves testify to, even though they don't have any empirical evidence for it. But then they don't accept the other things which are not material, like the angels or even the nizam of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself. So they say, where is Allah? Why can't we see him? We need to see him to believe. And these are the things. So they deny their own self in a way by saying we need to see something to believe it, which is their own consciousness, You
know what's really interesting, Brother Hashim? There was it's a very good article that Dr. Nazir Khan wrote on radical skepticism. And I was speaking with him, and he said he was watching a debate between a theist, I think he was Christian, and an atheist. And the Christian asked the atheist, he said, if the skies opened up and you were able to look inside and you saw God, would you believe? So the atheist said, Yeah. And then he stopped. He said, well, no, but then I think my eyes would be deceiving me. Right. So,
yeah, there you go. Exactly.
You know,
You know, there's actually an ayah in the Quran like that.
Yeah, that says exactly that. Exactly. Yeah.
If the heavens were to open up and a book were to come down,
yes,
they would say, no,
yes.
our eyes have cast a spell on us. Right.
Absolutely, yes.
So, and that's what's really, and that's what it comes down to, is that, you know, your intellect, your rationality, you know, it has limits. And if you don't understand that it has limits, and you say, I need to rationally prove everything, it can only lead you to extreme skepticism, because you cannot ask why infinitely. You cannot doubt, because if you doubt everything, you have to doubt your doubt, which leads you.
I mean, this takes us into the whole realm of do we have foundational beliefs, axiomatic understanding that we can, and you know, I want to leave that for later in the program, actually, because I want to get there. But for now, I want to go back to the issue of now that we've got. I mean, I'm picking up these terminologies now, and I just want to sort of categorize them again. We've got the nafs and the 3 levels of the nafs: nafs mutma'inna, nafs al-lawamma, nafs amara bil-su. We've got the ruh, the aql, and the qalb. Now the question is that the self? Is that it then? Is that what defines the self, which is what we started with, that we need to spiritually improve and develop? Is this it?
Well, I mean,
and how do we go about doing it?
So when you were talking,
or is the self also the nafs or the soul?
So remember, I said that there were, you know, that depending on how you're using the term. So nafs could be the entire, everything that you just spoke about, the whole package, right?
Right.
The nafs could be also the desires we spoke about. The nafs, could, depending on how we're using it. So if we say, is this the entire thing? From one perspective, yes, that's the nafs. That's who you are, right? And so when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions this in the Qur'an, when he speak about nafs in many places, it's referring to you and your entirety, your entire.
So that's so that in sort of philosophical terms, that's the self, that's your identity, that's your ego.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could.
So basically, in the Quran, Allah says that He hasn't given us much information about the ruh, which is what I think Dr. Sidat correctly identified as the life form, the life-giving element or form, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, the breath of life, basically. Yeah. So it's the ruh. We don't have much information about the nafs. We have nafs al-lawama, nafs al-mutmainna, nafs al-ammara, and so on. So these are the different categories of the nafs, which Dr. Sidat explained earlier. And about the ruh, we don't have much information. But I think so. If we go to the origination of this ruh, this is, I think, when Allah had created the ruh and then taken a covenant with them. Yes.
Yeah.
So Allah says, "Alasta bi rabbikum," and this is when they agreed that yes, you are our Rabb. And then Allah says, then on the day of judgment, you don't have any excuse to say that you haven't testified to such a question. And it's quite important why Allah would ask this in a kind of a rhetorical form, rather than asking you, "Am I your Rabb?" So Allah didn't say, "Am I your Rabb?" This is like more like a question, as a statement, whereas Allah asks in a way which it's something that should be evident to everyone that He is the Rabb. So
I mean, he said, "Am I not?"
Yeah,
which presumes the question you should know. You should know already.
Like, it's already done deal.
So maybe, Dr. Sidat, could you maybe sort of break down for us, because there's many of the audience that don't know this story or don't know this tafsir of the ayah in the Quran. Could you sort of break it down for them, really, what it means in terms of this idea of the covenant, the mithaq that we had, and why it's important? Why is it that it's important?
Yeah, so this is in the Quran, Alastu bi Rabbikum. They call it the Alami Alast. There was this gathering, if you like, of souls before their creator. And like Brother Hashim said, the way the question was posed rhetorically was very interesting, because it wasn't like a question that was, am I your Lord or not? It was, am I not your Lord? Alastu bi Rabbikum. Qalu bala shahidna. And we all testified. The word shahidna is important because we all testified. And تقول يوم القيامة إنا كنا عن هذا غافلين, that you might say the day of judgment. And it's interesting that it jumps almost to this day of judgment. Like it's almost like this is going to happen. Like you're created now as souls. You're going to go into the world in this material body and all the stuff that we've been talking about for the last hour. And then there's a day of judgment coming. And And the word ghafilin is used. It's not like ghafil basically means to be heedless. So when you're heedless of something, it's there, it's a reality, it's present before you, you're just not acknowledging it for whatever reason. And so the Arabic is very, very interesting here, because it's not like, oh, you've forgotten about it or it doesn't exist. And it's interesting, and Sheikh Fahad probably would agree with this as well. Like in the Quran, God is very clear. Like God exists. Like this is real. This is like we're not talking academically here, right? I'm real. You're gonna stand before me, whether you accept it or not. Amma yatasa'alun, right? Ani naba il azim. This is in the Quran. Like what are they talking about? This great event. And at the end of the verse, what did they say? Right? That they will realize that woe, that we were made into dust. Like we were made into dust. Like we were just, we rather than being punished, we would just turn into dust, and that would be the end of the matter. So they worship the dust, right? And now they want to become the dust. It's very, very interesting how God kind of like plays with this thing of material worship, or these gods that people worship. And sometimes, I sometimes joke my students and say, "There's no such thing as an atheist. You're like, everybody worships something, right? Like there's nobody says, oh well, it just doesn't exist for me, right? Everybody worships something. Even to say that is a form of worship. Like it's a form of philosophically, it's like it's a claim that you're making, which is godlike, because only God can make claims in such a way. So this is called the Alame Alast, and there's lots of that's the verse there, mashallah, thank you. So this is very, very interesting, and this has this is part of the Muslim belief, right? This is part of
so just to clarify this, I mean, again, I know many of us know this, but just to clarify for the audience, this was an incident that happened before creation, right? So we, as our material bodies, were not present at that point. It was just the nafs, or the soul, or the ruh at that point. And at that point, this covenant, this agreement, this recognition that we all recognized, and by all I mean every single soul that will ever be created in creation. It wasn't like a as we say statistically, a statistically representative sample of all souls were chosen to take this, and then we just sort of agree to it. It wasn't sort of that kind. It was like every soul in creation ever. Sheikh Fahad, do you want to come in here with any comment?
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. I mean, there's an absolute agreement with everyone. I mean, there's no person that was left out of this agreement, right? Like you mentioned. And so not our physical bodies, but our arwah, or our spirits, our souls, were asked to testify, and we testified, right? Now, whether we formally recognize that or not is a separate issue. But the reality is that understanding of, like, we could even get down to the absolute nature of God, in the sense that God exists, is part of that covenant, right? And that's why we say that the fact that there's a creator, it is self-evidently true. We understand prior creative processes and links, and therefore we understand that God exists. That's number one. Second part of that covenant that we took is the fact that God alone is worthy of worship, right? That he's worthy of our utmost love, our utmost obedience, and that we know him the most, and so on. So all of those aspects, and we understand those things, from a dispositional aspect, in the sense that if you think about a concept like gratitude, gratitude is not necessarily a rational concept. Like when someone does you a favor, you immediately feel gratitude, but what, like in a let's say a utilitarian paradigm,
there's
like
no need to.
Why do you need to do gratitude, right?
Exactly.
Or charity, for instance. I always love this one. Like, why do you give, you give charity and you feel good? Why? Like, you just gave your money to someone for nothing, right? So on a purely on a purely Benthinian utilitarian worldview, you should feel terrible, right? But that aspect of your soul is there, it's extant, right? And you may not verbally testify to it, but you needing worship, like was Dr. Sidat just mentioned, like Martin Ling says, that mankind cannot not worship.
Yes, I agree.
There's something that you love the most, even though in essence, you should love God the most because he created you and so on and so forth of who he is. But there's something that you love the most. Could be yourself, right? You love your opinions, your desires, your whatever. Like I'm all that, and a bag of chips, right? As they say over here. So you can love yourself the most. Yes. You can obey yourself the most, right? Or you can obey someone else. Like you're in a relationship and your partner, like they mean the world to you. So whatever they say, you do. So you could obey someone the most. You could want to know someone the most, right? And that could be yourself. But all of that's built inside of us. We understand these as concepts, but when they come to their apex, when they come at their highest point, they're all due to God, right? The one who created us, and the one, which I really love the point that Dr. Sidat mentioned, the one we're going to return back to. I love the fact that that jump all the way to the Day of Judgment, we have to return back to it. The one that created you and the one you're going to return back to, that aspect of love, obedience, and knowing, all of that is at its apex and due to that very being, subhanahu wa ta'ala.
And this very conveniently, I think, brings me to the other word that's often linked to this, which is the idea of the fitrah.
Sure.
Which is quite often mentioned. So maybe, Dr. Sidat, I'll hand it over to you. Maybe you could help us understand here. Because in the Dawah scene, we talk about this regularly. It is one of the topic that comes up all the time, because we say to people, your natural inclination is to believe. Your natural inclination is to recognize the Lord. This is what we say. But from an Islamic perspective, how does the fitrah link into the conversation that we've had so far?
Okay, so I'll keep it very short if I can. So you go on.
No, go ahead. I mean, you have as much time as you want.
So the fitrah is very, very interesting, and I'm just going to have a little bit of indulgence with the linguistic notion of the fitrah, because I think that's important to set the scene. So the fitrah in Arabic is what's called Ismul Hay'a. Ismul Hay'a is like the way something is done, if you like, right? So you have like the words like jalsa. Jalsa means comfortable sitting, but it's a way of sitting. It's a posture, if you like. Or like you have qibla in Arabic, right? You have qibla, which is a face, a way of facing. It's a hay'a, it's a way of doing something. Or you have khilqa, the way something is. So fitrah is like the way God, if you like, creates something. It's its natural predisposition. A tree, no matter how hard you try, will grow in a certain way. That's just its predisposition, right? You try and grow straight branches or roots, right? You're not going to get a tree because you're going to mess around with its nature. This is me using like a really raw example because I live around trees in the north of England. We don't have as much concrete as you guys have in London. So we see trees a lot more.
Another dig at the north-south divide here, guys. For those that are listening,
threw that in there really nicely.
Threw that in there really quickly.
We get greater spirituality than you guys.
And the guys in London, they have like artificial green behind them, like plants. We have like just greenery around.
Yeah, we have the real stuff here. Yeah.
When was the last time you came to London, Sheikh?
Sorry, I had to get that in there. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, exactly.
So it's the nature. It's the fitrah. Fitrah comes from the same linguistic understanding, which is that. So if we apply this to human beings, if you like, it's like human nature has the inborn knowledge of God, right? It's programmed within you, and this ma'rifah. And we have a need, you can extend it. We have a need to worship God, right? Just like we have a need to eat and drink even, right? We need to eat and drink. So you will only go back. Let's go back to the idea of mutma'inna. We talk about nafsul mutma'inna. If you want to get to nafsul mutma'inna, you've got to eat from, if you like, you've got to eat this right stuff, spiritually speaking. You've got to drink the right stuff. I mean, the Sufis talk about this, right? Drinking from that cup. I don't want to extend the Sufi terminology too much because we could get into interesting conversations. But there's this idea that we all worship something. But the question is, what do we worship? Who do we worship? Right? And it goes back to the conversation we had before, that it's in our nature, it's in our khilqa, it's in our fitrah to do it, to worship. Right, just like the tree has to grow in a certain way, things have to be done in a certain way. And when things are not done in the right way, then you have problems. So this goes back to sinning, what Sheikh Fahad talked about. One of the things about sins is it's very closely tied to dhulam, which is oppression, because dhulam in Arabic language is wad'u shay fi ghayri mahallihi, that to place something in the wrong place. When you do something in its wrong place, it creates problems, right? So fitrah is this idea that we all have a need to worship God, this inborn love of God, which is unquenchable. Like, you can try everything else, but what will really hit the spot is this love for God as well. And the more we love God, the more there's a verse in the Quran, wa'bud rabbaka hatta ya'tiyaka al-yaqeen, worship your Lord until yaqeen comes to you. And the word yaqeen here is death, according to some mufassirin. Just worship your Lord. And it's very, very interesting. If you look at the first chapter of the Quran, which Muslims recite in every unit of prayer, iyyaka na'bud wa iyyaka nasta'in, it is only you we worship, right? There's nobody else. Wa iyyaka nasta'in, and it is only from you that we indeed seek help, right? So ubudiyya, this idea of being a slave, comes first, and then the idea of isti'ana, which is this idea of help. But going back to the fitrah, I think this is I guess this is a way to we can start talking about the fitrah and start having a conversation about what the fitrah actually means. It's mentioned in the Quran. You also see that the Prophet, peace be upon him, talks about the fitrah in many traditions as well, in terms of clipping the nails, trimming the mustache, and so forth as well. But this is, like, if you like, in a theological sense, a starting point for what the fitrah really is.
Alhamdulillah. So the fitrah then, I mean, so when we're speaking to,
so can I add something here?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I was going to make a comment, but go ahead.
So
go
it's
ahead.
interesting because what's a really big challenge is when you take Arabic terminology and try to move it into English. Right?
Oh, it's so tough. Yeah.
And so, and I can tell you that the most difficult thing to translate in English, one of the most difficult concepts, is the fitrah. Right? It's really tough. But one of the best, you can say, translations or explanations that I found was in a work by Dr. Carl Sharif, where he says that the fitrah is what you can say is the original normative disposition. Now, if you think about the fitrah, and for those of you who know what it is, we understand the original state. We were just speaking about that's the original nature in how Allah creates something, right? So, I'm gonna jump on the linguistics bandwagon, and I'm gonna get in some of the etymology of the word just really quickly here. So, fitrah comes from the triliteral root fatara, right, which means to cleft, right, to break asunder, and so on and so forth. There's a very interesting hadith where the Prophet ﷺ, on his night journey to the above the seven heavens, he's presented with two cups, peace, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, one of wine, one of milk, and he chooses, and I'm paraphrasing the hadith here, but he chooses the milk, and the angel Gabriel says that you have indeed chosen the fitrah, you've been guided towards the fitrah. Okay, so now the scholars comment, what does that mean? So number one, we understand origination, the original thing, right? So it's the first thing. Okay, we got that. When you think about a newborn child, it naturally goes towards milk, or the milk of its mother. So there's this understanding of being original and the original state of that human being. But second, when the milk enters into the stomach, there's a clefting or a cleaving or an opening of the stomach. So you also get that kind of conceptualization, is that the original state is one that kind of opens up the human being, and the first thing to go into the human being, should be milk, right? So that starts with the original part of the definition. Normative, how something should be, right? So I know this might get a bit technical, but you have something that's normative and something that's descriptive. Like normative is how something should be, descriptive is how something is.
Yes. Yeah,
the fitrah is how the human being should be, how the human being was created. Like if you walk outside and you see everyone walking upside down on their heads, you wouldn't be like, oh, that's normal. You'd be like, wait, something's not normal. It's abnormal. So just like that, there's a state that human beings naturally recognize as normal. And unfortunately, we're coming at a certain time where those things that we naturally recognize as normal are sometimes being flipped on their heads, right? So, gender dysphoria and the changing of the human and all. So at one point, saying that's normative, now it's kind of a negative thing, but I don't want to go down that route. The final thing is a disposition. You have a natural disposition to recognize Allah, right? That He exists and so on and so forth, and to worship Him. I think we covered all of that dispositional aspect. But I think it's a good way of understanding the fitrah, that it is the original state in which the human being starts off with, right? That's the original. It's normative. It's how the human being should be. And you recognize that. Like I said, an extreme example, if you saw everyone walking upside down, you don't consider that normal. You wouldn't say, oh, that is the normative posture of the human being. People are like, no, you're crazy. I mean, I don't know, Allahu Alam, maybe we'll come to a certain time in our, in the future where if you say that's normal, that would be, you'd be considered like strange, right? But we naturally recognize things that are normal, right? And then finally, that natural disposition that you have towards God and the worship of God. So I think that's a really good, hopefully, between what I've mentioned and what Dr. Sidat mentioned, to bring home the concept of the fitrah. And Allah knows best.
Mashallah, that was a beautiful hadith about the milk and the wine. And I think, if I remember correctly, Angel Jibreel said that something like, this is the natural thing, or the fitrah. Allah guided you to this. Otherwise, your ummah will be in basically something
in ruin.
Like in astray. They'll be led astray. This is where it says, so all praise is due to Allah, who has guided you to that which is natural of fitrah. For had you selected the wine, your nation would have been led astray. And this is another beautiful thing. If you look at the Bible, the first thing, or the first miracle of Jesus was making water to wine. We don't know with that how true that is, but it just shows what he said, the contrast between the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ selecting the milk, and which you also correctly said as the first nourishment for a baby, for a child. It's a beautiful symmetry there. It's beautiful symmetry indeed.
And yet the first miracle in the Qur'an is the Isa alayhi salam speaks as a baby.
In the context of Isa alayhi salam.
Exactly, in the context of Isa alayhi salam. Exactly. And again, this goes back to the natural, something being natural or unnatural. That is a miracle, because babies don't do that. And we recognize that clearly, right? So, okay, so going back to the fitrah. So the fitrah now then, I think we defined it, thank you. Let's sort of understand, from me then, is this doesn't as yet give you right or wrong, halal or haram or anything, but what it does is it orients you spiritually to seek or recognize that there is a Lord out there that I need to worship. And so it allows you to then go on that journey of searching. And we know in our tradition, we are told, look, you are on a journey in this world. You're simply on a bridge. This world is a bridge, and you shouldn't build a house on this bridge, because nobody builds houses on bridges, so you're not expected to stay here very long. So with that in mind, I mean, the fitrah then is this compass then that's directing you. How do we help it along? What do we need to do? Or what is needed to really get it to its goal?
Well, one of the things, as I was referring to much earlier, was, remember, we were speaking about nurun ala nur, light upon light, right? Revelation. Yes. So one of the things is, and this is very interesting, is that if the fitrah is like left alone, there's no kind of guidance for it, you'll find that it will kind of bounce between one extreme and another. All right. And I'll give you kind of an example of this, which I think is really interesting. There was a certain question that was asked to a group of college students related to a certain German nonprofit, a German charitable organization. Okay. And one of the decisions that this German charitable organization made, it was a food bank. It decided that it was going to prefer Germans over others when distributing food. Okay. So now the question arises, is that ethical for them to do or not? Now, to give you some context, there's a large population of Syrian refugees in Germany. Okay, right? But in addition to that, when you think about Germans preferring Germans, that typically doesn't end up so well, right? That doesn't really go down so great, right? However, they made this decision. And so these college students were asked, is this ethical? Now, you came with a whole bunch of different opinions. So one opinion said that, or one justification to say, no, the German nonprofit or German food bank was justified, is because just like you prefer a family member, right? Like if your son is dying of starvation, but like, someone in some other country is dying of starvation, you're going to prefer your son. So just like you have a family structure, you prefer your child, we can extend that into nationality as well. And so therefore,
into community,
right. So preferring nationality is not a big deal. So this was on one side. But what I thought was mind-blowing was that you had another opinion that said the family structure in and of itself is tyrannical and unjust. So even the family structure needs to be broken and done away with. Okay? Now here's the question. On both of these opinions, on one side you have a natural fitrah inclination towards understanding family. On the other side, you have a natural fitrah inclination towards understanding justice, right? So you find that the fitrah can go extreme left or extreme right, to put it in political terminology. It can be extremely conservative or extremely liberal, right?
Yeah.
How do you keep that in that middle path, right? How do you keep it in the middle? It's by way of revelation. And so there's a very interesting hadith of the Prophet ﷺ where he says that Allah gives daraballahu mathalan, gives an example of the straight path. And he talks about two walls on this path. And on both of these walls, there are open doors with curtains on it. And at the end of the path is a collar, and on top of the path is a collar. And then the Prophet ﷺ explains the analogy, explains the parable. He says that the path itself, the straight path, is the path, the Sirat al-Mustaqim is Islam. The collar at the end is the Qur'an, revelation. The collar on top is that voice inside of each one of us, right? Perhaps related to the fitrah. So you have a conscious, like this idea that, that's against my conscience, right? I can't do that. But how do you guide it? How do you
navigate? Yeah.
How do you navigate it? So that we get from revelation. Again, going back to light upon light, that inner pressure and that external pressure. How do you balance those things?
I mean, this just open up. I mean, so this opens up in a question of how do you know it's revelation? I mean, that's a whole different discussion.
So that's another discussion.
That's a different discussion. But I just want to put it out there to say that having recognized now that you need additional guidance beyond that natural compass that is built into you that relates back to that original covenant that you made with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, with God, way back before creation, because that's the link. I mean, that covenant allows you then to have this natural compass inside you, because you still want, you basically, I mean, I would say, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's really your fitrah is trying to fulfill that covenant. Yeah. But you just don't know how to do it. You just know I need to do something.
Right.
And in the absence
tells you that you do know. So that's one of the other benefits of revelation is that now we know.
Exactly. And so what happens is and we talk about this idea of the fitrah being covered. Yeah. So and this goes back to the idea of the black spots on the heart, of course. But then if we talk about this covering and uncovering of the fitrah, and we do have to deal with this a lot in the Dawah scene, of course, and it's a complex issue. It's not easy, and it's very difficult to advise folks on how to handle it. So maybe we could go into that part of the conversation now, which is having sort of unpeeled this topic a little bit. We sort of come to this apex of, okay, I now need to deal with this in real life, and I have these external pressures, and of course we have, Shaitan, the evil influence is always there trying to whisper into you, to misguide you, to try and derail your efforts, the best of efforts. And we have, even in Dawah groups that I've seen, I mean, I'll tell you one, there's a local Dawah group that I have here at the local train station, and it's essentially free mixing. In the guise of, but I'm doing Dawah, I'm standing with this sister, I'm talking to her. Yes, but you've been stood with the sister talking to her for the last 35 minutes. Okay, does this really qualify for Dawah when there's like hundreds of people at this train station walking past you for the last 35 minutes? And, it's not, I mean, I don't want to go up there and cause an issue, but when you observe this sort of thing, you sort of say, well, okay, is the heart in the right place here?
Sure.
Is the intention, as you said earlier, is that intention in the right place here? Or is this being done for other purposes? So let's open up this discussion then. How do we protect ourselves? How do we address this issue? What can we do to purify the intentions?
I'm just gonna say something which ties into what Muhammad said, but I think there's an important verse that we probably need to just briefly touch upon, which talks about the fitrah, but also touch upon the question that you've raised. And this is in the 30th chapter of the Qur'an, Surah Rum, verse number 30. And it's talking about the Prophet Abraham in particular, but it extends to us, wherein God says, فَأَقِمْ وَجْهَكَ لِلدِّينِ حَنِيفًا right? Hanif, the word Hanif is very, very important. I think when you talk about Fitrah, you have to talk about Hanafiyat. I'm not talking about a school of law, by the way, which I would obviously endorse as a follower of that school of law. I thought I'd get that in there as well.
And I just have to say, real quick, I have to say, Dr. Sidat, I love how you just fling those things in there, just really nice and slick. It's very cool.
Yeah, slide it in there.
Years of practice, clearly.
Yeah, I should be a politician, shouldn't I? Really?
No. Let's stay with where we are.
فَأَقِمْ وَجْهَكَ لِلدِّينِ حَنِيفًا. Right? So, remain your wajh, your face. The word literally means face, but remain your posture towards the deen, which is Hanif. I'll talk about the word Hanif in a minute. But then Allah says, فِطْرَةَ النَّاسِ فِطْرَةَ اللَّهِ الَّتِي فَطَرَ النَّاسَ عَلَيْهِ. This is the fitrah. This is the natural disposition, if you like, which God has created mankind upon. لَا تَبْدِيلَ لِخَلْقِ اللَّهِ, which is very interesting. Allah also says, you can't change the creation of Allah. So let's kind of like quickly explore this verse just a little bit. So the word Hanif the scholars generally mean that it's inclining to truth, right? Like there's this idea that there is an objective truth, and this can be understood as monotheism and rejecting other gods, right? And while I'm talking about the word la tabdila li khalqillah, it's very interesting. I was reading the verse in the Quran. Allah doesn't say la tabdila, like there's no changing. You can't substitute the creation of God. You can change the creation of God,
right? Yeah,
right. You can mess around with the creation of God, but you can't substitute it.
Right? Okay, just sort of explain that a little bit more, because people will miss the nuance here. What exactly does that mean?
So you can't substitute the way God has made you, right? You can you can corrupt yourself, but the essence is the same, right? Like the fitrah is there. It can become corrupted, it can become enhanced, but it is there. Now the word is also very, very interesting because Allah says, "Fa'atim."
Let me just interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
Quick. So a lot of students, when I mention this to them, they always get stuck on this point. So what I usually tell them, I'll say something like this: Look, imagine this cup, okay? I could scrape off the words on the cup and change parts of the cup. But what the ayah is talking about is taking this cup and replacing with something altogether.
Yeah. Right.
So you cannot replace the fitrah altogether, but changes, influences, and things like that, that's possible. But you can replace the fitrah with something else altogether. So that's sorry. I just wanted to.
Thank you.
So I think I'll just put a segue into this. So people that try to do this, what I find is they verbalize it by saying, "There's a hole in my heart that I can't fill," and then they try and fill it with other things. Right. So this is where the materialistic sort of outpouring goes to, because when they do try and take it out of the way, because they can't, the need to fill it with something to worship becomes materialistic. So they buy, they do whatever, and I think that's a very interesting analogy that I've heard many people use to say, I've got a hole in my heart and I want to fill it with something. I'm looking for something. I'm seeking something. And usually we take them to the conversation of, okay, let's try and understand what it is you've been searching for. Let's see if we can help you. But alhamdulillah, yeah, Dr. Sidat, carry on, please.
Yeah, so it's very interesting. No, it's fine, beautiful. Thank you. Please do interject. I don't mind at all. It's also interesting that the first word, which is a verb, fa'aqim, is an amr. Just for those of you, this is like linguistic. This is why Arabic is so important. I believe, because it helps you to understand these things at a deeper level. It's a command from God. So God's commanding you to follow this way, to follow the way of the archetype or monotheism. But amr here is a particular type which is called, I believe, al-amr li-ajli talab ad-dawam. Like, stay on this way, don't deviate, don't get distracted. Right? Fa'aqim, like remain upon this until death comes to you, right? And your entire being, be devoted to God. Lid-dini Hanifa, which is this Abrahamic notion of monotheism, like don't stray away from this. And this idea of like, this is what you were created for, right? وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. So this is answering the why question, not the how question a scientist should be answering, and not this question of why, which is وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ لِيَعْبُدُونَ. You've just been created to worship God. Servitude is interesting here as well, that ubudiyya comes again, لِيَعْبُدُونَ. Another segue of لِيَعْبُدُونَ is very, very interesting, and I was teaching this to my students, is that if you look at Jesus, when the first thing he said when he was given the ability to talk, he says, Inni Abdullah, right?
Yeah.
He says, I am the slave of God. And then later on, when God, as we believe as Muslims, when God lifted him, right? وَرَافِعُكَ إِلَيَّ, God elevated him. So there's this idea in the Quran that when you submit yourself to God, you're going to be elevated. Right? God's going to elevate you. Look in the chapter of Isra, the first verse in there is also the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is referred to as a slave. Subhanalladhi asra bi'abadihi. He's not referred, there's no other word used. Layla min asra. So this Subhanalladhi asra bi'abdihi layla min al-masjid al-haram ila al-masjid al-aqsa. So there's this idea of like when you become a slave and you submit yourself to God, you become elevated. In terms of practical things, I think I just want to add, which is that the fitrah can be restored. So it can be corrupted. To use another word, it can be unlearned. Like these corruptive influences, people can be brought back. So it's not like, it's corrupted, it's rusted, and now we need to just get a whole new part, right? You can polish it, you can come back, it can come back as well. And the answer is very simple, right? Which is to fa'aqim, like it's just be one of those people who just dedicates their life to their God, so they can come back to this Abrahamic notion of Hanafiya, the straight path. And Hanafiya is very, very interesting, by the way, because it's inclining, it's kind of like monotheism, but it's inclining towards truth, it's inclining towards good as well. So I just wanted to bring this in because, beyond all the theoretical and academic discussions, there is practical aspect to our faith, which is that, as much as you intellectualize and you write academic papers and books, which is all very, very important, there's also a practical element, which is emphasized in the Quran and time again, because God says, Innal ladina amanu, but he also makes the atf and he says, well, perform righteous deeds, right? So faith and righteous actions are sort of they are inseparable, and I think a lot of time that helps. That's one way of, I guess, making that journey.
Yeah. So what I wanted to add here, and we can expand on this a little bit more, is often I hear when we first speak to revert brothers, or maybe our own, born Muslims who've maybe strayed, and they then come back to the deen, or they've entered the deen. One of the things that is not stressed to them enough, I think, is the athkar and the spirituality and the really sort of the training of this fitrah, to really sort of soften the heart, as we call it. Could you maybe speak a little bit about why this is important for us to actually build into a daily routine? I mean, just like a daily, hourly, all the time. I mean, we have so-called spare time regularly that you could fill with these things, which will actually help you in the long run.
Sure. So I'll mention something from a Dawah perspective, because I think,
of course,
that,
yes,
since we're speaking in that domain. Sometimes when I would take some of the brothers out for, let's say, street Dawah, right? I would always ask them, like, did you make dua? Did you supplicate to Allah that Allah would guide someone at your hands today, right? Because at the end of the day, all of the philosophical gymnastics that you're going to play, it means nothing, because it's Allah that's going to guide them, right? So you have a duty to present them with the clear message, but at the same time, remember that you have to look out for your soul as well. So sometimes I'll recommend a lot of the du'at, a lot of the people who are making dawah, is how much time have you spent with Allah? Do you do any of the night prayers, for instance? Do you fast? Do you have certain moments of spirituality, certain moments where it's just you and Allah, even if it's 10 minutes a day, where you've recited some of the Qur'an, you've done some adhkar, you've done something, right, that nobody knows except for Allah. And that becomes very important, because there's a certain, you can say, spiritual disease that people who are in dawah can be easily affected by. And that's called riya, which means showing off your actions, right? In addition to that, you can add to that what's known as sum'ah, which is people hearing about your actions. Because the dawah, what happens, and a person can easily slip into it, no matter how much experience they have in dawah, is the tension moves from, I want this person to be guided for the sake of Allah, right, to I want to win the argument.
Mm-hmm.
I want me to win. So
Yes.
now the shift happens to, I want to win the argument. I want to show this person's wrong, right? Whereas the intention should be one of compassion. Like, I don't want this person to enter the fire of hell. And what you find is that when you look at the life of the Prophet ﷺ, you find that this compassion from beginning to end. And anyone that studied the Prophet ﷺ knows about his life from the very get-go, right? The proof, for instance, I always tell people this, the proof that Khadija radiallahu anha, when after the first revelation, he comes home, ﷺ, running, what is the evidence she uses to tell the Prophet ﷺ that, no, you're not crazy, you're not possessed? The evidence she gives, you were good to the orphans, you were charitable, you were all of those qualities that point towards his compassion, right? And so part of that has to do with if you've moved away from the compassion and doing the acts solely for the sake of Allah, it may be a point where you need to like reassess your state. And a good way of kind of bolstering yourself in terms of how do you deal with that is to make sure you have many acts of worship that are not in the public space, that are in the private space. That could be getting up in the last third of the night. And it doesn't have to be the entire, like 6 hours or 4 hours, 3 hours, even 10 minutes. Let's say you get up before Fajr, especially in the winter, right? Like the Prophet ﷺ said that the winter is the springtime of the believer, right? Because the nights are long, the days are short, fasting's easy, and getting up in the last third of the night is easy. So if you find yourself in the winter months, this is a gift from Allah that you can get up 10, 15 minutes before Fajr and just solely, pour your heart out to Allah, right? This is the time where, as we know, the Prophet ﷺ said, Allah comes down in the last third of the night and asks his creation, who is asking for forgiveness that I can forgive him, right? And who is asking for some need to be fulfilled so that I may fulfill it. And I always tell people, I say, imagine yourself getting up at that point at night. Nobody knows. You're quietly, you go make wudu, your spouse doesn't know, your family doesn't know. And it's just you and Allah. And you're pouring your heart out saying, oh Allah, like nobody else is there. Oh Allah, you've informed us through your messenger sallallahu that you're asking who is asking for forgiveness. I am your slave, oh Allah, that I need your forgiveness because of this thing that I did and this thing that I did and this thing that I did. And oh Allah, you're asking who has some need to be fulfilled. Oh Allah, you are the king, you are the master. I am at your doorstep here with all of my needs that I know only you can fulfill. That ikhlas that you get at that moment at night, like you need that when you're out in the public space, right? To purify your heart.
Exactly. So we'll bring, we have a guest coming in, Brother Hashim? Well, actually, another panelist, I think, yes.
We got Brother Yusuf Pondus. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Yusuf.
How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, good to
I was
see you.
enjoying
How are
listening
you?
to Brother Fahad in the back. Alhamdulillah, I'm doing well.
Alhamdulillah.
How you doing, Fahad? I'm not seeing you in a bit.
Alhamdulillah, good, man. It's been a while. It's been a minute.
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
Are you Sapiens as well, Yusuf, aren't you?
Yes.
I am,
Part of
yeah,
the
yeah.
Sapiens. Oh, mashallah. Okay, same team. Well, different continents.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I rep the British side. He reps the Yankee Doodle side.
Yeah.
Me and Jake now, so.
Oh yeah.
We're going to have to keep up the northern end of the bargain, Mr. Ponders.
I know. I think we're outnumbering the Southerners.
Yeah.
Brother Haroon, where are you from?
Exactly.
North of England.
Alhamdulillah.
Oh, you are? Oh, yeah, check that out. In your face.
Actually, Brother Yusuf, Brother Dr. Haroon is in Bolton, actually.
Blackburn.
mashallah.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Blackburn.
Oh, Blackburn.
sorry.
Yeah, that's
For us, it's all the same, bro. It's up in the north.
I know. People confuse me with like Blackburn, Bolton, Bradford, and like.
Well, as long as we don't say Edinburgh, we'll be okay. Okay, alhamdulillah. So, Dr. Sidat, did you want to come in here with anything else on?
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Fahad, mashallah, Sheikh Fahad has, mashallah, said something very beautiful, which I can't really, elaborate much on. But what I will say is this, from my own experience, is that the first thing one needs to do is, if you want to think about it as a vessel, is that if you want to put milk in the vessel, just use milk as an example because it's pure, right? You need to clean it, right? You need to clean it out from all its moral defilements or lack of moral, one of the better word, vices. So that needs to happen, and that means one stays away from sins to the extent that they're able to do so, because we can't completely avoid sins, right? Unless God wishes. And so that's the first stage. So there's this idea of purification, which is both spiritual, to do with the heart, which we've been talking about for a long time now, but also physical, right? Because in our tradition, there's a relationship with the inner state and the external state, right? It's like you are manifestation of what is within you, right? The beauty resides within. So that's why the scholars also talk about the spiritual state, but also the external state, which manifests as well. And it's a circular movement. The more you worship God, the more it works on your heart. The more you work on your heart, the more it manifests on the external state. So staying away from things is very, very important. In a way, it purifies the heart. The heart, perhaps for one of a better phrase, is like a mirror, which, if you like, reflects divine light, if you want to use that kind of analogy. And over time, it gets rusted by sins. So you got to polish it by doing good deeds. So doing as much good deeds as you can is the second stage. Alongside that is staying away from sins, but doing as much good as you can. Sheikh Fahad talked about this idea that it's privately, doing things privately is very, very powerful. That's why tahajjud, waking up early and having that sort of communion, if you like, that moment with your creator is very, very important. My teacher always used to say, for those who are in da'wah, those who are seeking knowledge, it's like really, really important for them. I mean, we can't say it's compulsory for Muslims because it was only for the Prophet, peace be upon him. But if you're going to become a person who inherits that prophetic irth or inheritance, then you've got to be trying to follow his way as much as possible. So that's the second thing. The third thing is ours is a tradition that's not purely intellectual. That's me saying this as an academic. It's also about amal. And one of the ways that we learn about practice of our religion is through practical role models. Of course, the Prophet, peace be upon him, is the perfect role model, but he had companions who learned from him. They learned how to pray from him. They learned how to practice their deen from him. So we have to attach ourselves with people who are exemplary role models, people who practice the faith. And this is why, one of my teachers used to always say, look at people and see their practice of their faith. Are they punctual with their prayers? Do they follow the Sharia? Making sure they violate no injunctions of the Sharia. In fact, my teacher even goes to the extent that they should be knowledgeable of the Sharia. Like they should know their fiqh, they should know their aqidah, they should be scholars really. And so finding people like this in our world, especially in the Western context, is very, very important. Because if you don't, your friend's going to be, the devil or something else, which is going to take you away. And this is like, if you look in the Qur'an, Surah Kahf, right? Very clear example of these young people who came together to salvage, to save their faith. So it's very, very important that you have suhbah, you have the right type of people who can help you, who can support you in that journey as well. And that's very, very important to bear in mind. So that's the third thing that I would say that's very, very important. And the fourth thing I would say is that constantly seeking knowledge. So learning to the extent that you're able to, given all your family work commitments, finding scholars, learning language, the Arabic language, or whatever else you need to do, given your own circumstances. And the best place to start from is, where do you want to get to, right? I want to understand what God's saying. I don't want to read a translation anymore, right? I don't want to hear secondhand translations, or I don't want to hear it from somebody else. Then start learning Arabic. Make that effort, right? Or start sitting with scholars and try to understand the richness and the depth of your tradition. So that's the fourth thing. The final thing is, once you start doing all of this, you start embodying your religion. I'm using a sociological term, but this idea of like practicing your faith. And that's really powerful because, when Muslims really practice their faith, they become exemplars. And, I remember what Stephen Covey said in his book, his landmark book, which I recommend everybody to read, the 7 effects of highly effective people, right? 7 habits. And he mentions right at the beginning that, and this is the sunnah basically, he basically says that what you are speaks more loudly and more eloquent than what you say, right? And we know from the traditions that many people saw the Prophet and they just fell in love with him, right? So this is very, very important, that when a person reaches this state, they want the best for everybody, right? They're in a state of khidmah, which is what I call this idea of servitude. One is to serve your God, become the slave of your God, but then to serve humanity and to see humanity through that lens, whether they're a Muslim or a non-Muslim or whatever else. And even when you disagree with somebody theologically, Even when it comes to gender, you disagree with them not because you hate them or or whatever else it may be. You disagree with them because you love them, because you know that if they go down that route, it will lead to their own destruction. And this is a prophetic example. Every prophet in the Quran loved his community. He wanted the best for his community. And this is like a really high maqam, like to reach this level where you don't take things personally anymore. You can focus on the bigger picture. And that's like a level to be at, where you can just you're just thinking about bigger things. So I just think these are some things that we can perhaps begin with to bring ourselves back to this state of fitrah, this idea of this primordial state where we can connect with our Creator, because that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Alhamdulillah, it is. Alhamdulillah. That's wonderful advice. And I just want to bring it full circle actually to and just mention one thing that you said there, which is, while we are a bookish religion, books should not be the only place you get your knowledge from. And I think I think the lesson here is, find a teacher, learn with a teacher, and go to somebody who's knowledgeable. Learn from somebody who is knowledgeable. And again, we need to be careful where you get your knowledge from. And this is very, very important, because part of that rusting or the uncleanliness can come from the fact that you take your knowledge without thinking where it comes from.
Yeah, very important.
And I want to bring it full circle back to really the topic of your own PhD, which is part of this is the training of scholarship here in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
How does it? I mean, why was that an important topic for you to do, and why is it relevant?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously had a traditional training. I mean traditional. Even when you use the word traditional, like what does it mean, right? But I had what's called a traditional training. I was in a madrasa when 9/11 happened, so I remember very vividly being in my classroom and not knowing anything about it, because it took place, I think, in the afternoon. I only found out about it in the evening, that something was happening in America. And the world changed. I mean, for all of us as Muslims, the world changed significantly. I mean, in madrasa context, it changed significantly as well. And it became very clear to me. I mean, I graduated from a madrasa background, and I went and did a degree in economics afterwards, and various other things. And it became very, very clear to me that the amount of religious literacy, I mean, we're talking about Muslims here, by the way, right? It's so poor, like it's so basic. Like it's very concerning amongst Muslims. And I found this even at university. Like I would sit in conversations, and I'd be astounded by the lack of religious literacy. So then you think, well, what about non-Muslims? Like if this is a level of where Muslims are at, then what can you expect of fellow non-Muslims? And I mean, I used to sit down with people who are pro-Israel and pro this, and things that we would disagree with. And it became very clear to me that there's a lot of misunderstanding about our faith. So our PR game is like really poor. If you like, we're struggling in that arena. This was my view at the time. So one of the ways I thought I could get involved in this was that maybe I could educate people about these madrasas, these sacred places of learning, because they are. I mean, like most things nowadays, they're heavily politicized. Right, it's all about security, and I kind of like got really bored with that very quickly, because whenever you talk about Islam to a lot of people who have some understanding of Islam or policymakers, it's all about security. It's all about it's just about that. And I'm like, really, is that what Islam is really about? Like we just have to reduce Islam to like security, and we don't get involved in conversations about. I mean, what does Islam even have to offer to Muslims in Britain, right? Like what are the changes that are happening in Islam as a tradition in Britain that can help people who are non-Muslims who are interested in Islam? And this is a really important point, because there's a lot of people who are interested in Islam for various reasons, good or bad, and they're not getting the right information. And one of my projects is my book, which I'm writing about right now, actually, which is like I'm writing it for an average non-Muslim who sat on a train and who's skeptical about Islam and wants to know about this tradition. And I want to show to people that actually Islam is very dynamic. It has a theological core, which is unchanging, but it has a practical element to it, which kind of like changes with time. So it's a tradition, because tradition is not stagnant, A tradition builds upon the past, and it works in a way that it relates to the world as we are right now. So there are certain things which are metaphysical, theological. They don't change, right? You got to pray 5 times a day. That's not going to change in modern Britain. But there are other things like clothing, for example, or dress senses, or other things. These things, like Islam, is very like, it's very, very flexible in, and so these things are important. But also, like, how can Islam help the average non-Muslim in a postmodern context where people are talking that God doesn't exist and they're living a life of emptiness in a context where inflation rates are really high and the weakest in our society are at the brunt of it? Or like environmental degradation. Where's that conversation amongst Muslims? Like, we're not even at that stage, right? We just want to get the cheapest halal meat, right? And we're not talking about, well, is this ethical? Because ethics was part of our tradition, is part of our tradition. All the books behind me, they might be talking about legal rulings, but they're ethical. Even when we talk about jihad, as an example, I don't know if you can use that word on this. I don't want you guys getting banned. But even when we talk about jihad, right, we have to understand what it is and how complex it was and how it developed over time and how ethical it was. So these things are very, very important. And we need more Muslims to get educated in these areas, and non-Muslims to learn about this, to learn about how complex our tradition is. And I think I just want to add one more thing, if I may, that a lot of like theories around how to run societies, government, they're all theories. Like they've come and gone in the last 100 years. To quote one political philosopher, he said, Europe is a graveyard of like all these ideas. Like they've just come and tried and tested, and they've all failed. But if you look at the Islamic tradition, especially if you look at the Sunni tradition, it's not a theory. It's not like something that we just write books about. It existed. Like it was a reality. We had non-Muslims living in our empires. We had people of different faiths living, non-faith even, and they were given protection. They paid money and we gave them protection. We were honor bound to look after these people. And I'm not just making this up. Like, this is like historically, like it's there. The scholars talk about this. So we actually have a model that worked, like awqaf models. I can give you a list of these things, right? This wasn't like Muslims weren't just like we weren't just theorizing about things like they do now. We actually have models that we can just literally like adapt to the modern age.
Alhamdulillah. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, this is so. Anyway, anybody wants to look up that? When is your book due? Is there a date on it?
I've got the final chapter to write.
Okay, alhamdulillah.
Write it in the next month or two. And then,
what's the title? Do you have a working title or a final title?
I've called it "Scholars as Inheritors of Prophetic Knowledge," but I need to think of something more dynamic, I think.
Alhamdulillah. Okay.
We look forward to that.
We look forward to that, inshallah, to read it. And
so, want to greet the brothers who just come in. MashaAllah. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Yusuf, and salam alaikum, Brother Abdul Rahman from the Thought Adventure podcast, both of them. Really nice to have you on the panel. Barakallah feek. So I don't know if you guys been listening to the...
have you listened to the earlier parts of the discussion, brothers?
No, I was wrestling with my son, trying to put him to sleep.
Okay,
so
that's okay. That's fine. Because I want to move on. I want to move the conversation forward a little bit now, because I think we've built on a foundation of understanding what the soul. And again, Dr. Haroon, please stay. I think you, as with your economics background, this part will be quite interesting for you as well if you want to stay.
Yeah, I think Dr. Haroon's been here a long time, so we don't want to inconvenience him. So maybe a last point or something, maybe last question if you have for.
Yeah, so I think the last thing I wanted to clarify just before we go then is really what you referred to on the wrapping up the last part of the conversation was this idea of there's the struggle of the nafs, the struggle of the soul, and this is really part of that, I think, personal project for development that you have to actively do yourself. Right, and you have to recognize when that personal development is being undermined by external forces, by knowledge that may not be beneficial to you, by actions that are not beneficial to you, and really sort of stay away from them. Go seek knowledge, because as I said, revelation is the key, that nur upon nur, to really sort of enlighten the soul, to really sort of clean it. And then the goal at the end of the day, I think, is to, if you feel yourself degrading, then is to reform yourself. You can't reform, you can't look to others to reform you. And I think this is what people do. I mean, this is one of the mistakes people do. They think, well, if I watch enough YouTube videos, if I go and listen to enough of this, then that'll be it. That's all I need to do. And then, alhamdulillah, I'm sorted, and it's wrong. And that's wrong, because you need to do your own adhkar. You need to do your own spiritual healing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everyone, theologically speaking, everyone is what we use the word mukallaf. Everyone is responsible for their salvation. Even the Prophet's wives, even the daughter of the Prophet. I mean, if you look in the Qur'an, it's very, very interesting that you have the wife of Lut, and you have the wife of Noah, right? And God talks about them. But it's not the gender that's important. A lot of people get this mixed up because we use the modern understanding we kind of like impose this on the Quran and say, oh, God is talking about women in a negative way. No, it's not, because if you continue reading the verses, he's talking about a wife of Pharaoh, and he's talking about Mary afterwards and saying, look at their examples. But the theological point God's making here is very subtle, but it's very important, which is that it's nothing to do with the gender. It wasn't that they were women, so they're bad or something. It's got nothing to do with that. God's basically saying in a nutshell that you could be living with Pharaoh, like the worst person on the planet, right? You could be Mary, or you could be anybody, right? Peace be upon all of them. Or you could be the wife of a prophet. But ultimately, you are able to gain salvation, right, on your own, like through your efforts, right? And so that's the important theological, but it's also a spiritual point, because Allah also mentioned in the Quran, وَمَنْ جَاهَدَ فَإِنَّمَا يُجَاهِدُ لِنَفْسِ, right? We talk about the word nafs. Whoever strives, فَإِنَّمَا, the word innama here is for hustle, like you only do it for yourself. In the Arabic, innama means is for hustle, like وَمَنْ جَاهَدَ, whoever strives, they only strive for their benefit, right? So this is like we have to have the realization first, which is like, oh, I need to cure myself. If you go to a doctor and the doctor says, man, you've got cancer, and you're like, nah, I'm okay, I don't need any help. There's no hope for cure for you. The first stage is like you have to recognize that something's wrong. The next stage is it has to have a state in you that, you know what, I need to do something here. And then like you start making moves. Once a person starts making moves and they're sincere, then there's no reason why God wouldn't open the doors for them, right? Like the doors would open for them to find people or meet people who can help them. But the final point I make here also is, a lot of times people put their hopes in people, right? This person will help me, this sheikh will help me. Like none of that. Like it's God that helps you, right? Like it's as simple as that. Otherwise, if you put your trust in people, you're going to be very disappointed with life, and you're going to blame Muslims for it, or you're going to blame Islam for it, you're going to blame God for it. It's not that. It's that you have to know that ultimately it's Allah, it's God who will make ways for me, and that's pure monotheism. That's pure monotheism as you can get. So I'll stop there.
No, Dr. Sidat, this was wonderful. Thank you very much for making the time out of your busy schedule to be here. And this was a wonderful, I think, wrap up of the conversation and advice to myself, first of all, and to all of our listeners as well. Brother Hashim, do you want to say any last words?
Yeah, Barakallah Fiqh, Dr. Sidat. Inshallah, we hope you'll join us again on our panels for future programs of this nature or some other. Really appreciate
Thank you very much.
spending the time with us on your
day. It's been very beneficial and beautiful, mashallah. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah, Barakallah Fiqh. May Allah give you.
Take care, everyone. Speak soon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum assalam.
So, Brother Abdul Rahman, Brother Yusuf, we move on to now. Yeah,
inshallah.
Perfect timing, by the way. You guys came on at perfect time, because we just finished, I think, what I would say is the spiritual side of really understanding the soul. And the second part of my introduction was really about saying, even though the majority of the world really agrees that there is a soul, whether you're Islam or non-Islamic, it doesn't really matter. Most people say, yeah, we have a soul. There is still this minority, and a very vocal minority, that seems to think there is no soul. Everything's materialistic, and even consciousness is just this thing that's a byproduct of atoms bouncing around, and we just happen to have this effect of consciousness. And Sheikh Fahad, who actually just left us a little bit earlier, sort of really intimated to this idea of the hard problem of consciousness. And I jokingly said, is it hard because you're not smart enough to solve it? So maybe we start there, because this seems to be a very common retort by many, which is, oh, it's not hard, it's only hard for you. So can we sort of get to the bottom of exactly what does hard actually mean, the word hard in the hard problem of consciousness?
So it actually means it is a hard problem.
Yeah. So can you guys hear me well, by the way?
Yes,
yeah,
perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
He's got that new
So yeah, alhamdulillah. So the hard problem, the phrase or the term hard problem of consciousness wasn't coined by a theist or something, or even a dualist who wants to like prove the existence of God. It was actually coined by an atheist philosopher who is actually trained in neuroscience, and his name is David Chalmers, right? And it's the hard problem of consciousness is actually a problem specifically for a materialistic view of the world. It's about it's the problem of how this phenomenal consciousness emerges, or coexists, or results from, or is identical with whatever theory you're going to go for, physical states in the world. So yeah, this problem is a hard problem, not because David Chalmers or other people are smart enough to deal with it. It seems to be a problem because, like, according to somebody like David Chalmers, this isn't a problem because of a lack of information. This is an in principle problem. So what he says is that this is an in principle problem for science, which means that no matter how much information we accumulate in the future, it's not going to make a difference to this problem. I mean, the more some might think that the more information we gather, okay, we can bridge that gap, the gap problem. But that really isn't the case, because the problem seems to be fundamental to our method of gaining knowledge in the first place, and it seems to be detrimental, like the project of reducing consciousness seems to be quite impossible from within a scientific paradigm, unless you just take a materialistic philosophical view. It's going to be very difficult, and the gist of it is that science relies on third person observation, right? So science relies on information being public. For example, the objective world, we can divide the world into the objective world and the subjective world, right? So the objective world, it's publicly accessible, meaning if there's a tree, for example, we can all publicly access it and examine it and put it under a microscope, and we, as subjects, we have equal access to it. But let's say my first person phenomenal experience, that's not publicly accessible, because first of all, you can't directly access it. You access it. You can't see it. You can examine the correlates that occur, the neural correlates that occur in my brain that, relate to my phenomenal experience, which I must tell you about through testimony. But no matter how much access you have, I will always have private access to it. As in, there is something it's like to be me. There is something it's like for me to experience, being on this call, having this discussion, drinking coffee, eating chocolate. There's something it's like that is private to me that you can't reduce to the physical world, no matter how much you deconstruct my brain. Good. So that's basically the gist of the problem.
Fantastic. So,
in other words, basically what you're saying is that they do not have any empirical evidence for your consciousness. It's only subjective, like you said, the first person experience.
Yeah, so the empirical will be that they'll try to correlate the... Go ahead, Yusuf, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so I wouldn't necessarily say they don't have any empirical evidence, because, like, for example, if they're just sort of watching you go about, you can say that there's some sort of empirical evidence that you have conscious experiences. The issue is more fundamental than that. The issue is that we have no way of bridging the gap from one person's mind to another. So, like, the famous example is the one of the bat, and the issue is that you can get every bit of information about the bat that you want to. You can learn everything about its chemical structure and its compound, the molecules that make it up, etc. You can learn all of that, but you'll never know what it's like to be a bat. Ever. Like, yes. You can't no matter what you're learning about it's like, you know, based on the empirical evidences that you're getting, you can even map its, you know, its brain and everything that's going on there and its neural connections, etc., and how certain like a certain event might give rise to certain you know, parts of the brain lighting up. That's fine. You can learn all of that, but that never tells you what it's like for the bat to experience the world the way it does. And just the same, there's another issue as well. Like, for example, with our experiences of color. Now, when we all grow up, we're all told that something is red or blue, etc. Like this tape measure, we're told it's blue. Now, my phenomenological experience of that is consistent, and yours is consistent. But there's nothing to say that my experience is identical to yours. So how do I know, for example, that what I see as blue, you see as red, or what you see as my red? So there's a difference in there. But because it's consistent, because every time you see this, you see red, and every time I see it, I see blue, we both use the same word. Although there's a complete, and it's sort of related as well to, was it Wittgenstein? The beetle in the box.
Yeah, I mean, but like before we go there, Yusuf, because I really want to, I don't want to make sure we don't lose the audience. So the way I would summarize what we've got so far is it's a little bit like saying, look, if I look at a painting and I know the color code of every dot of that painting, you know, to its finest detail, you know, all the reds, the blues, the hues, all of the brushstrokes, everything. I know I have all of that detail. But I can never tell you why the painter painted the painting, right? Even though I have access to all of that information, right? But I don't know why the painter did what he did the way he did it, just from looking at that image, because it's his experience that allowed him. It's his perspective of why he painted it. Only he knows, and by you studying that painting, you'll never understand why he painted what he painted, right?
Yeah.
You'll get a description of it, but before we so that's my understanding. But I want to go back up a step because I heard this on one of the other discussions, which is whenever we talk about the soul, whenever we talk about nafs in the Islamic context, we always get this view that yes, but the psychology and the epistemology and the knowledge you're using is one that's from the Western paradigm. If you go to the Eastern paradigm or somewhere else, we don't have this issue. What I want to ask you is, how true is this? And should it be something that we can really sort of, how do we deal with it in Dawah? Because we do get this quite often, which is, especially from some of the dharmic religions, you know, the Hindu religions, because they have a whole different concept of soul and reincarnation and so on. And they really don't tally with this understanding of the hard problem of consciousness. They don't even recognize it in many cases. I mean, to what extent is that true, and to what extent can we deal with it? Who wants to take that?
One of them.
By the way, Brother Fahad, inshallah.
Oh, assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
It's all good. I think Brother Abdul was gonna take a crack at that, inshallah.
Yeah, he looked like.
No, I think if somebody wants to go for that, they can, because I was going to ask a clarification question because I don't really understand.
Say the same thing because it depends on like why they think it's not a problem for them. Like,
right?
If for example they're holding that consciousness, it can't be reduced to the material world, then it wouldn't necessarily be a problem for them. The problem is specifically when you try to reduce everything to just the material, to like, so you're saying consciousness is nothing more than neurons firing in a brain. It's nothing more than an interaction of atoms and electrons. When you do
exactly,
then it's like that's where the hard problem arises.
Yeah, I wanted to say, because maybe that's a part I needed to add earlier, because it's important to note that the hard problem of consciousness, I mean, in what contexts is this a problem? It's really a problem for any reductive physicalist views of the world.
Good.
So it's not a problem for everybody, and it's also a problem if you appeal to if you adopt like an epistemology as radical as scientism, for example, as only scientific knowledge is knowledge. And I mean that's probably going to be a reductionist view of the world, but there are philosophical solutions to this, like dualism. It's quite simple and straightforward. David Chalmers himself, who coined the term hard problem of consciousness, is a panpsychist. He believes like everything is conscious. That's a different problem, because that's a different solution that you can go for. But either way, the term problem is just it's a problem in a specific context with a specific epistemology.
Fantastic. So this is a universal problem for a materialistic outlook on things.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what tradition you
ask, whether this consciousness which we speak about, and everyone recognizes it, whether they are atheists, agnostic, believers, theists, doesn't matter. They all recognize that we have consciousness. We have this ability to be aware of ourselves and our environment. I think that the pertinent question here is, and that's the reason I ask about empirical evidence, whether consciousness can be grounded in something material. Because this is what science depends on, isn't it? Science is all about the naturalistic world. And they don't deal with metaphysics. They don't deal with immaterial things. That's beyond the scope of science. So can it be grounded?
Well, it's gonna. Well, the first thing you said though, there's because you said that we all believe in it, right? Now, sadly, no.
True, yeah.
Some people have gone as far as so you have a legitimate position in the philosophy of science these days, like legitimate philosophers hold to, which is called eliminative materialism, which is a kind of materialism where it's not just that consciousness is material. No, it is that there is no consciousness. There's no such thing.
Sam Harris ended up falling into that kind of camp as well, where he denies.
Yeah,
they must be like on the extreme end of the spectrum.
They're extreme, but the funny part is that from what I've researched on this, I think honestly that this is the most consistent, reductive position. If you're going to be a reductive materialist, it's the only one that makes sense to me, although it's absurd. But then, of course, because other attempts I think have miserably failed as well. Like if you look at, identity theory is the view that consciousness is identical to the physical state. Whatever it is, so your question, can it be grounded in the material? It's going to depend on what you mean by grounded, but what a lot of people, materialists, attempt to go for is emergentism, the idea that consciousness emerges from material states, right? And in that sense, it's a kind of grounding that's strange because no, let me not put it that way. Okay, so emergence in the philosophy of science, emergence is something that's all around us in its weaker form. So we have weak emergence, like the wetness of water, right? That's a weak kind of emergence. And normally emergence in the physical states around us, they're reducible, as in nothing is emergent and irreducible. An example is, I don't know, like the sweetness of sugar, for example. You can reduce the sweetness of sugar to its physical components. Now, the only example, of course, this is a bit controversial, but I'm simplifying. The only example of a strong emergence is this phenomenal consciousness. Now, that's really the question. How do you get this strong emergence from physical states? And there's the knowledge argument of Mary's room that is related to this about the physical world, about the phenomenal consciousness not being deducible in principle from the physical world. Like no matter what information, if you know all the information you can know about the physical world, a sort of like Laplace's demon sort of scenario, you couldn't deduce from that phenomenal consciousness. So it's a very strange kind of emergence, really. And I think the fundamental question in these discussions, because a lot of times you have them with like atheists, and nobody really knows what the point of the discussion is. Because, why can't the atheist just say, okay, I'm a dualist? Why can't they just accept that the soul exists and be like, oh, well, I'm still the soul exists and God doesn't exist? I think that's the fundamental question, really. That's where you get.
It was interesting because Brother Hashim had a. I'll bring Sheikh Fahad in because there's something I want to bring up, but I want to let him comment on this first. You had a discussion this week at Speaker's Corner, right, where somebody who finally agreed that they had a soul. Can you sort of summarize for us what happened there? Or what was that discussion about?
Yeah, so this gentleman was actually an ex-Christian who became atheist during his journey for seeking the truth, apparently.
Was it the
So-
gentleman that had a chat with Jake?
Say again?
Was it the same gentleman that had a chat with Jake?
No. This
Okay.
is I just saw him first time last Sunday. So he had a discussion with few other brothers, I believe, with brother Ali or maybe with brother Dawood from Ali's team. Yeah, so he only believed in materialistic world. He did not believe in any immaterial or any sort of manifestation other than the naturalistic world. And so yeah, we discuss about consciousness, about how he would define it, and whether he could actually tell us and prove to us whether he does have consciousness, like objectively, rather than just him saying, yes, I have consciousness. So it's like what you mentioned earlier about the subjective experience, first person experience, as in contrast to what scientists would normally deal with, like finding some evidence, empirical evidence. I don't know, can you observe consciousness or emotions in a lab? Can you tell whether you love your mother more than your pet or something like that? Is there a way to measure things about things which are your emotional experiences which are rooted in your consciousness, in comparison to something like maybe the temperature of the room, for which we do have empirical evidence. Like we can use a thermometer and find out the temperature. So if two people enter the same room and they both say that they experience the temperature differently, but we can get an objective measure of the temperature of that room using an instrument like the thermometer. Do we have a similar device to measure our emotions or prove that we have consciousness? I mean, Abdul Rahman spoke about emergence, but to me that is just like showing you that this is maybe, if you talk about the brain or the neural system, maybe that's just, you're talking about the seat of consciousness rather than the actual consciousness within ourselves. So I don't know, maybe
no, it goes back to two things that Sheikh Fahad mentioned earlier, which is, number one, the idea that the Quranic ayah which says that if you forget Allah, then He makes you forget yourself. And one of the natural consequences or entailments of this attitude is actually the Sam Harris attitude, which is they just deny the soul completely, right? But the other thing that you mentioned, which is this whole idea of if it's emergent, to me, it's emergent doesn't actually explain consciousness. All it says is it's a behavior, it's a behavioral response. Okay, that's great, but how does that explain the fact that consciousness itself gives you a sense of meaning, of purpose, of being able to have this first person objective experience? Where does that come from? Right? Or are you saying all of that, it just emerges sort of by accident? And then why is it that it's so consistent across human beings?
Whom is that question for?
I mean, this is for either Sheikh Fahad or Yusuf. I mean, these are the questions that I really, because I get this quite often. When I speak to sort of, and especially in the workplace. And this is really what I want to get to is, so in the work situation, we're working with busy executives who have little time to deal with these sort of conversations, but you can see them struggling so much with mental health, with stress, with breakdown of families. In fact, I've got a situation at the moment at work where one of my colleagues is literally going through a divorce because he wants to spend more time at work. And really, that was his answer. He said, I need to spend more time at work, therefore I'm getting a divorce.
Wow.
And it's like, wow. I mean, it's okay. So what kind of priority system is working in your head? And then the challenge is, we as Muslims end up in this environment. How do we protect ourselves from this? Well, what do we do?
Sure. I mean,
and this is something that you specialize in, of course, as part of your work. So where do you go when this atheistic response comes to you, this materialistic response comes to you, and then how do you stop yourself from being influenced by this stuff?
So that has a whole bunch of questions wrapped in it.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Yeah, sure. And we want to unpack this.
I could give like a little short cut.
Sure.
Go ahead, Yusuf. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
You go first.
No, I was just going to say that. So I don't know if my first, I don't know if I would resort first to the consciousness argument. To be really honest,
No, we won't. But that's where it arrives at eventually.
Right.
Because
right.
if,
So
where they eventually get to, because I mean, I've had individuals who then say, well, I have no faith anymore, I'm now atheistic, and then they end up going down the Sam Harris road.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
Because they become 100% materialistic.
So
and then instead of, how do you pull them back? I mean, how do you pull them back? Right?
So here's the thing. What I find really interesting is, if you remember the discussion we were having earlier on the fitrah and the covering of the fitrah. So how you pull a person back, it's really going to depend on the person, right? Now, you could go down the route of talking about consciousness, for instance, right? And if someone is, let's say, they're very well versed in the philosophy of science, the philosophy of the mind, you can get into these concepts of, different theories of consciousness, and you can go down that route. What I find, however, is that is just one tool in your toolbox, right? In other words, rational arguments is only one tool. So you could use it, but maybe that person doesn't need a rational argument at the end of the day. What they actually need is something besides that. So their issue isn't, let's say, consciousness, how it emerges. Their issue isn't meta ethics. Rather, their situation is, I'm going through a divorce. So deep down inside, if there's a God, why would a God let me go through so much pain?
Right.
I mean, they could, the veneer of, let's say, let's discuss consciousness could be there, but it's up to you as a daya to now analyze the person and say, hold on a second, let's take a step back and let's take a look at, first of all, let's take a look at your paradigm, like where are you coming from? So let's speak about things like, how do we know certain things? What are the epistemic tools that you and I can agree upon, right? Let's talk about ontologically what exists and what doesn't exist. This is where your discussion of consciousness might come in, right? And then you have other tools you can bring into play. We mentioned earlier, the Qur'an becomes a tool that's very, in my opinion, and this may be just me, I think du'at underutilize the Qur'an. I'll be very honest, right? Like it's not used as much as we really should, frankly, And here I'm not speaking about just the logical arguments of the Qur'an. Yani, I'm not talking about the arguments say, am khuliqu min ghayri shay am humul khaliqun ila al-akhiri, right? But I'm talking about the experience of the Qur'an, for instance, right? What the Qur'an can offer a person who's going through a divorce by tying it in with deeper existential questions. Like, look, man, we can talk about consciousness, but let's put that on the side for a second. And let's just ask, like, what is the meaning of your life from my worldview? This is what it means to be alive. This is why we're here. And then ask them where they are in terms of that, right? And if they want to go down the consciousness route, fair enough. We can engage with that.
I'm so happy you brought that term up, because this is exactly where my conversation went to with this individual. And this is not like a psychoanalysis session, by the way. I'm just sort of mentioning this but as an example. So where we got to is, what is purpose and what is meaning, and how do I define those for myself now that I don't have anything else?
Sure.
And I had a really difficult time actually getting him to understand the difference between short-term goals and purpose. Because for him, short-term goals was, I need to get a higher salary, I need to get a bigger house, I need to get a bigger car, I need to do, this was his goal. I need to earn enough to be able to do these things because I need to keep up with the guy in the next office, or whatever it is his attitude is.
So what happens if you get hit by a cookie truck and then you're dead?
I have no idea. I mean,
where do you go from there, right?
But this is how, I mean, but this is in our paradigm, when we look, it's just so trivial.
This is opening up into a conversation about a lot of things now as well, because it's
of course it is, but that's why you're here.
Come here, like, yo, I want to talk about consciousness.
No, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I like this kind of stuff. It's just
you're not going to contain this. So anyway, let me sort of try and bring it back a little bit. So I'm having this conversation, and I left it this week. I said, look, okay, and this is actually, it's happening right now live. So I said to the guy, look, you need to figure out for yourself the difference between whether you think a goal defines your life or whether purpose defines your life. And that's where I left it. So maybe I can open up with that question, which is, what is purpose? I mean, we know what our purpose is, but just for the audience, can you sort of explain to us our purpose is, and then we go from there to say, how do you find that meaning? Where do you find it? And how do we really hang on to it once we've got it?
So yeah, I mean, I think we need to bifurcate the concept.
Go ahead. Yes, of course.
Of purpose
Of course.
itself, right? Like you
Yes.
mentioned, short term, long term. I kind of look at it more like, you have purpose and then you have meaningful purposeness, right? Like, what is meaningful purpose? It literally, you could basically attach it to, is there in this person's view, is there a clear established eschaton? In other words, what happens when you die, right? Because true meaningfulness in your purpose, or what is the that purpose that is meaningful, has to do with that which is kind of beyond this life. Okay, so therefore,
if they believe in an afterlife,
right? But that's a good place to have a conversation.
Good. Okay, great.
Right,
Good.
because here's the thing: if you get lost in the conversation specifically about, let's say, what we're talking about right now, consciousness. All right. This can become a very clinical, cerebral conversation that's not, you may just be stuck in just trying to, justify consciousness, expound upon the hard problem of consciousness, get into the various, what are the responses to the hard problem. But is that what you're supposed to be doing anyway, from the point of view of Dawah, right? Or are you supposed to bring them back again, like a Quranic way of doing it is to expound upon what happens when you die? Right? Because if we understand what happens when we die and get a person to think about that, then they can think about meaningful purposeness, right? Like, is what I deem to be purpose, is that just me being locked in a room, playing with my toys, and let's say I'm only there for 5 minutes and then I have to leave the room? Well, okay, but is my purpose just playing with those toys? Because in 5 minutes, it's done. I have to leave the room, right? So what happens when I leave the room? Because that's what I'm speaking about. I'm speaking about what is true meaningful purposeness. What is your teleology that has meaning attached to it? And that means that you have to leave that metaphoric room in order for you to really think about, well, and then so now if you can get in the conversation of, okay, well, what happens when you leave the room? What happens when you die? From an Islamic paradigm, X, Y, and Z happens, right? The reason why we're here. And remember, if it's true, and we say that this is true, that every human is born upon the Fitrah, those concepts are already in that person you're speaking to, right? The idea that Allah exists and our purpose in life is to worship Allah. So when you start speaking about, that the deeds that you do, in order for them to be meaningful, have to have a concept of reward and punishment, right? And so on and so forth, that automatically starts to bring about within that person's fitrah, an awakening, if that makes sense. Now, again, this may not be by way of rational arguments. It may, but it may not. It may just be a person to actually go think about what you're talking about. These are existential questions about your existence. And therefore, I need to think about, how did I get here? Why am I here? Meaningful purposeness. And then do I have a clear eschaton? Do I have a clear, end? What happens when when I'm dust, So I mean, that's what I would advise.
That's a good point, mashallah, about the afterlife. But I think then the next question would arise, like if you're talking to an atheist, you will have to do obviously a lot of dawah to make them understand about the afterlife. But you're right, it's something that about the reward, about punishment, about morality. I think there are a lot of topics which we can use, I think. And maybe this is a question which I would like to ask Brother Yusuf Pondus. Maybe he can explain to us, because coming from a non-Muslim background and then into Islam, how did your perception of the soul or morality or consciousnesses, things like that, changed?
A good question. So there's so many, it's like a multi-dimensional thing in my head now that I want to try and explain to you, but then I'm limited to like linear sentences.
Let's take it one at a time, brother.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
So a shameless plug here. Yusuf has a whole course on nihilism.
I was going to do the shameless
and a whole tomb of a book almost.
I've got the tab open and everything. What's that?
Okay.
How do I share? But yeah, so there's a few courses, and it
Yeah.
wasn't. I wasn't going to plug mine. I was going to plug the Awakening the Truth Within course, which is there now. Mine isn't there yet. It's being edited
No,
at the
please,
moment.
please do look. If you guys want to share any
Yeah,
links, or
please go
something,
ahead, share the
let
links.
us know. We'll put
yeah,
it in the
yeah.
description. No problem
Yes,
whatsoever.
it's this one. I have a wide screen, so it might look a bit weird. But yeah, so there's a number of courses here at the moment. There's going to be a lot more. They're just in the process of being edited. So these obviously, if you speak Spanish, there's one there in Spanish, and then there's oh, it's gone. Yeah, so there's a few courses there basically.
Yeah, just give us a description. Sorry, the link, and we'll put in the description. Inshallah.
So this is
if
with
you, if you go to
Sapiens Institute.
learn.sapiensinstitute.org. It'll all be there, inshallah.
Okay,
But
we'll put the
so
link into
in
the
terms-
description. Yeah, inshallah.
Inshallah. Jazakallah khair.
So back to your
And,
linear sentences.
Yeah. So now I need to, because there's about a million things that were touched on there that I want to sort of talk about.
Go ahead.
And I'm trying to think. So this sort of, I want to link it back to what Sheikh Fahad was saying as well. So there's this big problem generally when we're talking about objective and subjective, and especially when you're talking with atheists, it is a conversation that's been made into sort of a dichotomy. Like whenever we're talking about objective, in their head they're thinking we're just talking about truth, and then strangely enough, whenever you're talking about subjective, if it's got subjective in it at all, you're no longer talking about the objective. And there's a big issue with this sort of dichotomy where they've been made sort of synonymous with truth and falsehood. And it's not that. And when you see this being expressed in discussions with people, when it's all about rational arguments and that's it, as if the subjective doesn't play a single part in it. Now, that's not true, because your state of being can affect the line of reasoning that you might want to take, or the path that you take. Like, for example, Nietzsche, he talks about nihilism. The prototype of nihilism, as he refers to it, is pessimism. So this is the beginning stage of going down the path of nihilism, is that you fundamentally are pessimistic. And what does it mean to be pessimistic? It means that whenever you look at the world, you take the worst possible interpretation. You have no hope. You think that ultimately evil prevails. Ultimately, the worst possible outcome is the thing that's going to happen. And it sort of makes sense when you think about it, like how much of like the worst possible outcome is nihilism. Ultimately, everything is pointless, etc., etc. But there's no necessary reason why that's the case, because a lot of the time when you begin reasoning, you begin with axioms. And this is something that even Thomas Nagel sort of refers to, that when you look into things, it's a reference to axioms, that ultimately you end up having to rely on things that you can't justify without some sort of circularity. This isn't something that's unique to theists. This is universal for the human being, that ultimately when you go on this journey of rational thought, you have to, at your base, at your foundation, start to talk about axioms. What do you accept? What do you not? And your state of being affects that, like inescapably. So if you, and this is why it's a bit annoying, because whenever you mention Fitrah, or whether you mention the state of the heart, people start going, oh, it's all just subjective, then it's all a load of crap. And it's like, no. This is the case even if you're an atheist. Like, if you're not concerned with your heart as well as your mind, you're going to get yourself in a pickle. Like, people who are not concerned with their heart at all, and they're just like hyper rational, are not considering how the fact that your mood can change the way you respond to certain things. If you're in a state of panic, you recognize straight away that it affects your rational capacity. This isn't something that's mysterious. It's not something unknown.
I want to pause there just very quickly, Yusuf. Sorry for interrupting, but
yeah, no, sorry.
just to sort of drive the point home. So we see this actually regularly in the real world when we call it the, when we see stock market movements. right? And a lot of people refer to it as the exuberance of the market, right? And it's emotional, and we know when when we have when we had the banking crisis back in 2008, 2007, 8, there is almost like this almost like sheepish behavior, where because something is happening, I need to follow it because I'm panicking, and logic goes out the window at that point, right? And it doesn't matter whether whether religion mattered or not. You did this, and so what you're talking about, which is this idea of if you behave in a particular way, then the circumstances that you are in can impact significantly the outcome of that behavior. So, and some people are affected more or less by this, but nobody is not impacted.
Exactly. And check this out. The scientific community is often, when you hear certain apologists of the atheistic variety talk about these kind of things, you'll often hear it talk as if like the scientific community is some sort of angelic circle,
right?
Where like it's completely objective.
There no is biases, no nothing.
No, here we just deal with the facts and that's it. Now, funnily enough, Richard Feynman is one of the most famous physicists. He absolutely poo-poos all over this notion, and it's in a book. It's called 6 Easy Pieces. So it's a collection of essays by him. And he says the following, and this is in the introduction. It's like bam, straight in there with this. Like he's not messing about. And he says there is a popular misconception that science is an impersonal, dispassionate, and thoroughly objective enterprise. That's the first sentence.
That's the first joke of the day.
That's the first sentence. There is a popular misconception that science is an impersonal, dispassionate, and thoroughly objective enterprise, whereas most other human activities are dominated by fashions, fads, personalities, and science is supposed to be constrained by agreed rules of procedure and rigorous tests. It is the results that count, not the people who produce them. You hear this thing by Richard Dawkins, Neil deGrasse Tyson, them and their ilk. And then he says the following: this is, of course, manifest nonsense. Like he's not fond of this particular painting of the scientific enterprise at all. And he, I think, is very familiar with Thomas Kuhn, who wrote an essay on the structure of the scientific revolution. And he's mapping the history of science's development and how you have these paradigm shifts and how fundamentally subjective consciousness is affecting the way that it progresses, the way that it manifests and changes and morphs as time goes on. He says, so this, of course, is manifest nonsense. Science is a people-driven activity like all human endeavor, and just as subject to fashion and whim. In this case, fashion is set not so much by choice of subject matter, but by the way scientists think about the world. Each age adopts its particular approach to scientific problems, usually following the trail blazed by certain dominant figures who both set the agenda and define the best methods to tackle it. So this is like a combination of Kuhn's understanding of, like, you can't have science without paradigms. Yeah. You can't have science without a certain set of criteria in terms of like the methodology you use, the et cetera, et cetera. You look at the world in a certain way, which is to say, fundamentally, we begin with the subjective experience. And then what the objective is, it's an abstraction from the intersubjective. You have a collection of experiences and you're trying to map what's different between them all, and you're trying to map what's consistent. And then you say, right, so there seems to be this consistency among all of these subjective experiences, and we're going to pull this data out. But then that data needs to be interpreted. Like, you need to look at the data and try to understand, well, what does this mean? And so then it's a complex thing. There's layers and layers. So you've got like the subjective experience being the foundation of our endeavor to seek knowledge and to engage with the world and to try to figure out. You've got the issue, hard problems of consciousness, where we're not really sure like how all of these subjective experiences are occurring exactly. And we're trying to sort of map all of it into this hugely complex structure, which is what science has become. And it just gets really weird. And I've gone on this huge tangent. I can't remember where I was taking it. Or
No. So
that
no, that's fine. So the presupposition here, and again, this is the hard bit, is the presupposition of naturalism, I think, drives a lot of this discussion. Whereas whenever you bring spirituality into it, they always complain either it's the God of the gaps discussion, or they say we can't have this because it's not scientific. It's not scientific truth. But then the reality is well, consciousness can't be explained. So is that not scientific truth then? But you do agree that there is some truth to it. And really, we end up getting into a circular discussion there. So what I'm looking to do is, how do we break this? How do we sort of, because they go down that rat hole very, very quickly with me. Every time I go, they say, well, you can't explain it either. I can't explain it. Therefore, it's a fair match.
Well, it's
okay,
not,
what do we do? And I want to take him out of that. I want to
spoke a lot. Let Abdul Rahman try and maybe.
Well, I think one way we can break the cycle is to kind of highlight the idea, and Yusuf was touching upon this a bit earlier, was the idea that no matter what system of thought you're looking at, whatever your paradigm is, it is by necessity based on axioms. Like you cannot have an axiom-free worldview. You can't have an axiom-free paradigm. Okay. And that goes back, and I think I was referring to this way back at the beginning of when we were speaking about this, is that when you think about rationality itself, okay, when someone wants to ask for proof for things, you cannot ask for proof infinitely. You can't say because this. You can't, there's no theorem that is infinitely defendable. Okay. So, if that's the case, then you have to have certain things that are outside of rationality that you cannot prove, but that you must assume. All right. Now, in philosophical terms, they call them axioms, basic beliefs, first principles, whatever you want to call them. Right. But you have to accept them. So if that's the case, we understand that this whole idea of, you have to basically only use, let's say they say you only have to use rationality. Okay. But if you're saying my only tool is rationality, right? Even before you even get to science, my only tool is rationality. Okay. Therefore, I need proof for what you're saying. But then I need proof of the proof. So in essence, what you're saying is that I doubt everything, right? Because you're saying, okay, so I doubt everything. All right. But then if you doubt everything, you have to doubt your doubt, which leaves you nowhere. So therefore, by necessity, you have to have something. It's like someone said that someone who claims that they can use rationality only is like someone who says, I have the perfect solvent. It can dissolve anything. So you want to ask that person, what bottle are you going to keep it in? Okay. Yeah. Like rationality is a great tool. You still need a bottle to keep it in. And therefore, you have to speak about axioms. You have to speak about first principles. Now, when we get to this discussion, this is a good time when we bring in the Islamic understanding of the fitrah, right? Because from our worldview, our first principle is the fitrah. And this is multidimensional. If you remember what I was speaking about earlier, we said is the original normative disposition. Original normative disposition, that's something that you can recognize. Yes, there's a rational component to recognizing it, but then there's also a spiritual component. There's a normative component, right? Like what is natural to the human being. And as Yusuf was mentioning earlier, you can't just have a myopic view of I'm only going to use rationality or only use science. You, by necessity, even that statement that you make, I'm only going to use science, has to have an axiomatic. It has to have an axiomatic basis.
That's actually funny. I think it may have been Feynman or somebody else actually that actually coined this. And what he said is, if all you have is a hammer, then everything looks like a nail. and this is so very true. If all you have is rationality and logic, then it seems that every problem can be solved by it, even if it can't. It's a square peg, round hole kind of scenario, and it just doesn't work. And when it doesn't work, what happens is you either have this situation that Yusuf was talking about, which is they try and give it meaning when it has no meaning. They ascribe meaning to something that has no meaning and then run with it because they can't be bothered to do anything else. Or they actually go into reverse, which is they then say, well, I'm now, I have no meaning. I'm depressed, and then end up down the road of heading towards a nihilistic sort of goal. And I think, if I remember, Viktor Frankl in his sort of work, he sort of talked about this idea where after the war finished, the guards who had been persecuting the prisoners, and they went into civilian clothes at the end of they all of a sudden they just snapped and started handing out cigarettes and being nice to these people they've been beating up and torturing for the last several years. And he says, where did that ethic come from? Because clearly the situation that they were in meant that they could commit the most heinous of acts and yet not be human. And yet on the other side, all of a sudden they were being what he considered very ethical all of a sudden. And I think this goes to the point where this ability to do this is in you. That's the fitrah. When you do or do not, it's actually a choice that you make. Nobody forces you to do it. You make it based on the circumstances, the environment you're in, or the power plays that are in place around you that forces you to do it. And I think to the other point, which is you follow the crowd, which is what I meant with the 2008 thing, which is a lot of atheists, I think are socialized. They do it because it's the fashionable thing to do. It's the nice thing to do. And a lot of our folks, I think, out in our communities who end up, especially professionals, and you know what I'm talking about here, Sheikh Fahad, that end up in that stream of thinking.
Yeah,
it's the accepted way to behave.
Right, it's the environment, basically.
It's the environment, exactly. And actually, I mean, it's got nothing to do with they've logically, rationally arrived at this. It's just the fashionable
indoctrination, basically.
It's the fashionable thing to do. If I dress a particular way, if I go to a particular kind of, environment and meet with a particular kind of people, I'm accepted into the in crowd, and therefore I'll go do this. And even if it means I don't need to pray anymore, or I don't accept it, or I don't tell them I'm Muslim anymore, then that's even better because it helps me succeed. But that's where their meaning has been reframed in terms of materialism, as opposed to the full context of meaning.
Is it okay if we now maybe put out the link for the Q&A?
Yeah, I think let's do that. Yeah, let's open up the line for Q&A.
Sure everyone here needs.
And while we're doing that, Brother Abdul Rahman, was there anything you wanted to come in with? Any comments or any discussion points you want to ask anybody else here?
No, I mean, just about what Ustad Fahad was saying. I mean, so recently we've been doing those lighthouse sessions, right? And I this whole thing about having this theoretical knowledge, and then it's almost like it's scripted, right? When you just know these stuff, like let's say I'm more philosophically inclined, right? And then someone comes up to me and says, "Hey, I'm struggling with belief in God. I'm having doubts." When I just go straight, like that, sophisticated philosophical, and I do that, that's just projecting my own. It's difficult, and this is really tough. I think this is more difficult than actually acquiring the knowledge you need to talk about these stuff. It's these interpersonal skills, and I've spoke about this to someone on one of the sessions when he was asking what's the best way to invite people to Islam, or it's a very difficult question when you're talking about a person, an individual, right? Because it depends who the person is, where they're at in their knowledge, where they're inclining, and that's so difficult for me because I don't really know how to simplify stuff, right? And and sometimes it looks really bad when a person is it's like for them you're not giving them an answer. It's like the person is asking at a very basic level, like the simple stuff that Ustad Fahad was mentioning, and then you start talking about metaphysics and modal logic. I mean, he doesn't care. He doesn't care.
It happened in the chat already.
Let me give you an answer that most people find very lame, but I think there's a lot of truth in it, and that the answer is a lot of that comes from experience. I'll be honest. So I've been doing this for 20 years, man. So I went through a lot of different phases, right? So I started off hardcore, everything is about knocking the Bible, right? So I started way back, in the Ahmadiyyat days. Okay, no matter who I met, I was like, "Oh, you're Christian? Let me just give you everything there is in the Bible," and they're like, "I don't believe in the Bible," and then you're like, "Wait a minute," and then you have the phase where, okay, so now, I've moved from beyond that. Let me give you a sophisticated philosophical answer that is just, it should be. It should be satisfying, and this should be satisfying to everyone. But at a certain point, I'll tell you what really impacted me a lot was if you remember a few years ago when they had that incident in New Zealand, remember that shooting in the masjid, right?
Yes.
What I realized, so we were able to, alhamdulillah, I was able to go there that same year right after it happened. So I was in the mosque, and I kid you not, we had almost 400 to 500 people, non-Muslims, visiting those two masjids every day to offer their condolences. And so myself, and I was with Imam Anwar Arafat and a few other people, we would start at Fajr and take in non-Muslims and answer their questions until past Isha. We're like there till 11 o'clock at night. We go home, sleep for a few hours, and come back. And what I realized is that so there was a group of brothers there that was they were just kind of giving people the logical, rational kind of like, look, this is how it is. This is the, this is the Kalam cosmological argument, and who knows what else they're giving them. And what I realized is people there were in such a highly emotive state that sometimes I would tell them something as simple as, if you notice that this masjid, it's empty. And it's empty because this is a place where you're supposed to empty yourself of everything that's outside and come here and just pour your heart out to the one that you're going to return back to. Now, that's not philosophically, cool in any way whatsoever, but how many people accepted Islam? There was, and I can't tell you, so many people accepted Islam just from simple things that we were telling people, and that was touching upon their, their psycho-spiritual emotive states. But I think that happens by way of experience. And I wish I could say that, like, here's a course you can take, to get the experience. But the more you do it,
so for me, that's not really my thing anyway. So I'm aware of the fact that people are different, and that's why I always like pointing out, like in the philosophical discussions, I always like emphasizing on the fact that, guys, you don't need this. Like, nobody needs this. Most of what we're doing here is just basically counter apologetics for the average person who's exposed to the random atheist YouTuber who's giving him doubts, even though he doesn't understand anything he's saying. And most of it is psychological, in the sense that right now they see the Muslim right now talking, using these big words. It's like, okay, I guess we have answers on our side. And so most of it is not really substantive in that sense.
Okay, it's not guess. We do have answers on our side. Just because you don't know about it, and you're the first teenager that's come up with it. You're not the first teenager that's come up with it.
Yeah,
because I get this all the time.
Yeah. One thing that's really interesting. Sorry, who's talking?
No, go.
Yeah, go ahead, Yusuf.
Bismillah, go for
it.
Rahman.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, something that's really interesting is that with these so-called intellectual challenges, I don't think it's as common as we like to make it seem. It's mostly psychological, because most of the time when someone comes, I get a lot of like inbox, like personal messages asking, hey brother, did you see this video? Oh my god, how do we refute this or this challenge and that challenge? The first thing I do is I ask the person to explain the challenge to me. So explain the argument to me and tell me why this is a challenge. And I'm not going to say most of the time, 100% of the time the person doesn't understand what's happening. It's just big words in a video, and it's just scary. So it's not really an intellectual challenge. But then one thing really important to mention is that, like, that advanced level of philosophy, it needs to be done for a specific audience, because these days the language of the age is that, so-called, intellectual, analytic philosophy that's supposedly enlightening.
It is.
It needs to be addressed without you playing in their playground. So you need to point out that this is not needed. And you also need to point out that things like the Fitrah and what we were talking about in terms of the emotional connection to Allah and purpose and stuff like that, that's not like analytic philosophy, but it's not irrational. It's definitely not irrational.
Right.
Because simple people have this implicit rational access to Allah. I don't need to, if I go to a simple farmer and talk to him about causality and the metaphysics, he's gonna tell me, get the hell out of my face. He understands all these stuff by fitrah. He doesn't need to be able to express it in this contemporary, philosophical, sophisticated language in order for him to understand it. And that's very important to point out, that these stuff aren't needed. Yeah.
What I want to say here is, and this is worth pointing out, because, and again, I'll let you come in, Brother Yusuf, in a moment.
Yeah, no problem.
One of the things I've noticed, and I've noticed it in the other streams that we've been doing on Hinduism, is there is an attitude of that because something is complex, therefore by definition it's more superior, and because something is simple, therefore by definition it's inferior, right? And so and they sort of come with this presupposition to the argument. And so what I often get from, especially from, they're well-meaning brothers, by the way. I mean, they really believe what they believe, and they believe it deeply. And I don't want to sort of insult them, but they say, well, look, you guys have this really simple understanding of the soul. Well, we have thousands of years and hundreds of books, expositions on the soul and its intricacies. And the question I said, well, how do you know it's true? He said, well, our sages meditated on it, therefore it has to be true. That's it. End of conversation. Right? So, and it goes back to the question of they have this concept of truth in their mind, but it's completely different to our concept of truth and what we believe to be truth.
Right.
And to then go down that road with them requires you to give them a lesson in epistemology. And that's an unpaid university course, by the way, that I'm not willing to give them. Right? But this is what we end up doing. And I think, we need to stop this, by the way. I mean, this is sort of advice to myself and to everybody out there is if people don't know what, these fundamental presuppositions they come into the table with, and you need to give them a lesson and like a university level course in understanding the syntax, the semantics, the vocabulary, the discipline, and so on and so forth, then what you need to say, look, guy, I don't have time for this, but here's really simply what it means. You're on the wrong road, right? Really simple, right? And I remember a brother who, a long time ago, right? He had this one word. He'd say, "You're going to burn in hell, okay? Get on the right path." I mean, that was his approach to things. I mean, he was really sort of direct to the point. And I said, brother, you got to stop doing this. He says, well, I'm not as smart as you, and this is really simply what it means to me. So, I said, okay, that's excellent. Carry on, brother.
So,
right, because some guests here, shall we bring them in, inshallah?
Let me just mention one thing, and I think this is really important. I think there can be a balance you can strike a balance, right? And when I was speaking about experience, knowing how to apply what at what time, right? So what Rahman was mentioning a bit earlier, I think it's extremely important to have the let's call them rhetorical tools that you need. Even if you have that sophisticated language, just by way of that language, you can guide someone to Islam, right? Because that's what that person needs. That person, is in a class, and his professor, who's an expert on evolutionary biology, uses terminology like that. Now, if you come and you say, okay, hellfire, Qur'an, Sunnah, Madriyesh, whatever it is, so you're not going to have the same impact, even though what you're saying is true.
Absolutely.
So a lot of
right.
times
I fully agree.
we do a course called No Doubt, right? 10 strategies to deal with your and other people's doubts. This is the one thing I tell people: you need to have a familiarity with these terms. Don't just say these terms are too hard for me and I don't want to know them. So we go through the components of a worldview. We talk about components of a worldview being: you have ontological, you have an ontology, you have an epistemology, you have a teleology, you have an anthropology. People start getting scared, right? People that aren't used to that vocabulary. Then I always go back to rhetoric. One thing that our tradition has lost is being able to use rhetoric efficiently, right? Like we should be masters of language such that we can use rhetoric in the right place at the right time with the right person. Some people, they have an emotive state. You can use emotional language. Some people, you need to use language that is based on where they're coming from. So I think it's just having that wide swath of a toolbox is very important, especially if you're
I agree.
Identifying.
I fully agree. And I think to Yusuf's, to Abdul Rahman's point, the language of the age, of this age, of the age of AI, the age of technology, the age of the internet, the age of where the entire world's knowledge is pretty much available to you at the press of a button, is an age where if you're not, I mean, it's table stakes, as we say. In order to have this, it's the entry ticket to the conversation, this vocabulary. Otherwise, you won't get into the conversation. But once you're in the conversation, you need to navigate them away from the complexity to the simplicity.
Yeah,
and
really.
that's the key. And it's knowing that you can actually get into the room to have the conversation with the vocabulary and the language. So you demonstrate that I have the right to be here, which is very important, by the way, which is one of the reasons many of our brothers are now, alhamdulillah, securing PhDs and advanced qualifications and so on. Not because we need them, but because this is where this discussion has got to. And our scholars historically, one of the things they were well known for, and we've lost this tradition, is they were polymaths by definition. Right? They would understand multiple disciplines in order to be able to understand the entirety of the knowledge that was out there. And this is something that the modern sort of, post-Second World War industrialized environment has really driven out of us, which is learn to be the cog, educate yourself for a specific discipline, and then go do that for the rest of your life.
There's a reason.
And we've lost this ability to learn in a 360-degree learning.
There is a reason for that, because the each of these fields has, especially over the past century or so, developed exponentially, and it's become very difficult to become a polymath. Like the amount of time that you have to, like, say for example, if you want to get like a really good grasp of quantum physics, you need to take that full time. And if you're doing that, you don't really have time to do other things. It's very, very difficult. And so, I would say it's the nature of the modern day. The pool of knowledge is just, it's gone huge,
I don't disagree with you, Brother Yusuf, but what I would say,
I think what Yusuf was saying is that it's become narrow and very deep.
Of course,
before, it didn't have the same depth, and yet so that way you could actually dabble in a number of different things and have a relative good level of expertise. Yeah. But like Yusuf was mentioning, I think he's correct from that perspective, that in the day and age we live in, like if you take something like, let's say, I don't know, something not as like, okay, quantum mechanics, that's separate, right? So let's say even something like economics. There are so many areas of economics that you could study. You could study behavioral economics, international economics, and each one of those, I mean, if you try to be an expert in any one of those, that would take like a lifetime.
That's a lifetime. No, I agree. I mean, what I normally advise people, certainly to get a balanced view on things, is if you're primarily technical, then take some of the humanitarian subjects, even as electives or even as or as something to learn on your own. Sure. If you're primarily the humanitarian or the humanities or liberal arts, as they call it in the US, then go take some of the technical topics. Sure. Go learn a little bit of computer science, do a little bit of mathematics or something. Because I think part of the challenge is when you're overbalanced or over sort of emphasized in one area, you don't really have the ability to think outside the box anymore. Yeah, and learning, and again, it's the Thomas Kuhn sort of paradigm shift, which is by going into a new discipline that is not where you're very comfortable, teaches you that you can have another point of view in another discipline, and you need to wire your brain a little bit different to do that. And that's, I think, a very important talent that most people can learn. Anyway, let's bring brothers online. Brother Hashim, I do apologize for that. Thank you.
That's all right. So we got Brother Ali here. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
So please state where you're from, Ali, and what your question is, inshallah.
Yeah. So basically, a few days ago, I came across an article on Facebook, and I did some fact checking, and it apparently came out to be true. So there's a Canadian twin couple. They are sisters, Krista and Tatiana Hogan. Have any of you read or heard about them?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Can we talk about reincarnation?
No, absolutely not. So it is related to the topic of consciousness and first-person experience.
Okay.
So Krista and Tatiana Hogan, basically what they are called, joined craniopagus twins. They have a condition that their head is kind of joined with each other's.
Okay.
They have individual bodies, but they share a brain. Literally, they share a brain. And what I read about it in an article is it's due to something called thalamic bridge. And what they claim is that, what I read about their claims is that they can see through each other's eyes, and sometimes they can even, control the other sister's limbs. So today I was watching this stream, and this question popped up in my mind why I should ask about it. That how would you reconcile this phenomena with first-person consciousness and subjective experience?
I think you want to say, how do you reconcile it with dualism? Because I mean, there's nothing to reconcile with first-person experience. Is it dualism? So do you think this is evidence? What do you think this is evidence for or against?
No, I don't think it's evidence for anything or evidence against anything. But what I thought was that since one sister is claiming that she can see through other sister's eye, so this kind of contradicts the concept that you cannot share your first-person subjective experience with another person.
The question, so the question is whether that first-person subjective experience is reducible to the physical. That's the question. So nothing about this was going to tell us anything about whether that experience is physical. You have the same questions, exact same question. Look, take it as a rule of thumb, right? Nothing in like neuroscience or science, right? Nothing you find there, no findings in science are exclusive to one theory of mind, in the sense that you can come from a dualist philosophical position and give that what you're saying right now a dualist interpretation. You can come from a materialist position and interpret that materialistically. You can come. So the idea that looking at an empirical, examination or scientific theory and it having any implications on the philosophy, specifically in this question, is a bit strange, because the questions remain. I mean, you could what you deal with in terms of the correlations is more related to the soft problem or the easy problem of consciousness, is that there are correlations. Even we acknowledge, of course, that there are correlates between physical and mental states. But what you're saying right now, I don't think it's again. It's just that you have the exact same problem. It's not any different. Yeah.
No, actually, I do not hold any position in this aspect. This is something that I haven't even read about a lot myself. But I just wanted to ask because what the claims I read about them is that one sister could literally control the limbs of the other one, or hear what she hears.
Right. So what I would say here, Brother Ali, is first of all, so I do delve a little bit in AI and stuff like that, by the way. So I have a background in computer science. First of all, this is an extreme corner case scenario. Okay, this is a situation that doesn't normally happen. Secondly, I think brains fuse together over the hypothalamus, which is what appears to be what's happening here. Because you said it was a thalamic bridge that was taking place, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is where they're sharing the brain matter, right? Again, something very, very unique. However, the question to ask is it one consciousness or two? You need to ask them individually. Do they see themselves as two persons? Right?
And even
if they do...
Sorry, I was just going to say, there's weird things with this as well, because there's even people who have one brain who consider themselves multiple consciousnesses.
And I was getting to that as well. Exactly. Yeah. So the question...
I love this topic.
yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. So the question here isn't that they can, because physically, we have known for many years that you can put probes into the brain, into various parts of, and even for many sort of early AI research, this is how they figured out how the synapses worked in the brain. Because they figured the synapses, once they got enough electrical impulse to go in, they fired, right? So when you look at AI neurons, which are actually programmed on the same sort of concept, the idea is you have a set of inputs that come into this electronic neuron, it gets enough data, and then it fires out the other end, programmed directly on the way the brain works. So the ability to take probes and sense what's happening, fantastic. This is just a an advanced version of that, where the two brains are fused together. They're probing each other's brains. However, it doesn't actually address the question that you're looking for, which is it doesn't dissolve the first person objective experience. And then it goes to the question of consciousness, because we have examples where one person has multiple consciousness, or a single person has just the one consciousness they've got, or these two individuals, have they got one consciousness each? And that's a different question, by the way, because if they have, and they see themselves as two individuals, then even if you share somebody else's experience, it's still yours. It's not the other person's.
Yeah,
exactly.
and even if they are two separate consciousnesses, there could be a list of qualities that one experiences and the other doesn't, and so they're never completely identical. So say, for example, one of them can see through the other's eyes for a moment. That would be really weird to think about, but does it follow that because they can do that, that they also then feel every other experience that the other twin feels? Because when we're talking about conscious experience, sometimes we can fall into the trap of thinking we're just on about like looking at things, and that's not what conscious experience is. Conscious experience is the full package of experience, and that is what you see, what you feel, what you hear, what you sense, like all of that, like wrapped into one bundle. And the question that we'd need to ask is, with that case that you've pointed out, there's an interesting thing there, because there's all sorts of questions we need to ask. And how is there an overlap, or is it one person? You know, we know about people who have schizophrenia. So I was watching a YouTube video about someone who has 17 or a stupid number of different characters, and each has their own name and personality. And she comes across as sincere, like she really does have this experience of a switching in her consciousness. And these people have their own memories and their own way of looking at things, and like, and that's weird. Yeah. And then you've got the problem of, you know, are these people like clued up with the lingo or the language enough to be able to help us to understand what's going on? Which again, there's nothing in this that would quote unquote solve the hard problem of consciousness. If anything, it just, like, this is even weirder, and it highlights the problem of consciousness even further, because like, how on earth are we ever going to understand what those two are going through, or that one is going through, you know, this person? And like, we have this bridge that we'd need to gap even with communication, talking to them and trying to figure out what's going on and taking their testimony for things, because of the hard problem of consciousness, because we have no way of getting in their head and viewing the world as they view it and experiencing it as they experience it. So then we're relegated to the next best option, which is testimony, which is a problem, especially if they're not like well versed in the science of consciousness and things like that. So you've got to try to simplify it down to their level in order for them to explain.
But Yusuf, Yusuf, based on what you're saying, because if we put the epistemic problem aside, which is like, you know, how do you know who's talking to you anyway in terms of like identity? If you put that aside, then I mean, Ali, if I wanted to, I could use what you're saying right now as it's actually evidence for dualism, against reductive physicalism, not for it. If I think that's the most obvious way I'm looking at this, if you're going to use it as evidence. Why? Because, well, physicalism will tell you that the physical state, assume like identity theory, the physical state is identical to the mental state, or the physical state, you know, produces a mental state. Well, if that's the case, then how come you have one physical structure and two qualitative states? This is evidence against physicalism, if anything. I mean, if you're going to use it as evidence, it's evidence against it. So, yeah. That's I think that kind of settles it. Yeah.
All right, brother Ali.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you for bringing that up as well. It's,
it was an interesting question, isn't it? I was going to say, can it be one person having two heads and few extra limbs? You know.
Yeah, because that gets into all sorts of different problems as well. Like,
exactly, it can be
problems of identity and
anomaly. Yeah, in the genetics.
Should we bring the next brother on?
Good brother Shahnawaz here. Brother Shahnawaz, you need to
Brother
unmute yourself.
Shahnawaz, you're on. Assalamu alaikum.
You need to unmute, brother.
There we go.
Walaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Where are you joining from, Shahnawaz, and what's your question?
I'm from India. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
Well,
We lost you there.
I don't have any
internet
question, but I have a what I say. Like I also have the same.
You're
So I
lagging,
think
brother.
you might need
Brother,
to
if you
turn
could
your
switch your
camera
video off, I
just to
think
help-
your
Yeah, it
video
might
is.
help
Switch off your video.
internet.
Yeah, just
No, by
No,
pressing
switch
the button.
switch the video.
Okay.
There we go. Alhamdulillah.
I thought you
Yeah.
were just going to cover it then.
ask your question again, please, or make your statement.
Your bandwidth is very low, brother. Turn your camera off.
Just leave the camera
Well,
off.
I yeah. By the way, in India, I've been raised up with a different societies.
Yeah, brother, we're not going to be able to talk to you because you need to turn your camera
Yeah,
off and leave it off. Just press the stop cam and then just leave it off.
Why
Don't
I
turn
need-
it back on because
Okay,
it's going to
fine.
help your. There you go, much
Yeah,
better.
just the audio
Yeah,
on. That's
I'm
fine.
a Muslim.
Okay.
Oh, no, that wasn't much
Going
better.
very
at all.
late.
Do you want to maybe type your question in the private chat?
Yeah, because we're not hearing anything you're saying here. Is he still with us?
At least he's online.
While brother's doing this, if you want to join the chat, please feel free to join us and ask any questions that may be on your mind.
Yeah.
Related to the stream, of course.
No,
today.
no. I think voice is because of the headset.
Ah, okay.
Headset
Can
is
you
not-
hear us now? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead. Yeah.
In India,
hear you,
there are
brother.
lots of people.
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
a
I
lag.
think you've got too many tabs open. I think you need to close your YouTube tab and just keep the StreamYard tab open.
Yeah, it might be better for you to type the question in the chat box.
Yeah, I think he's having too
Might be
much.
better. It's just it's gonna be very
Yeah.
difficult to.
Brother Shahnawaz, please type it into the chat box and we'll read it out and answer it for you.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Well,
Okay,
it
cool.
is not a question. Well, people do not realize that what they
Yeah,
are
they do
doing,
not.
they are well, being a Muslim, do all that stuff, but the belief that we go to Jannah.
We're not going to be able to have a conversation.
Yeah,
with
we
the brother. It
can't. We
keeps
can't
cutting
hear
in
what
and
you're
out.
saying. It's just kind of. It's going.
Just
Wow.
type your statement in the private chat. Inshallah, we'll
Yeah.
pick it up from there. Yeah. If anybody
Yeah.
else wants to join, please click the link that's in the private. Sorry, in the
In
chat, in
India,
the live chat.
I believe.
You
So
might
you
just
got-
need to disconnect him, Mohammed, because I think there's a lag on his side as well, so he's not hearing what we're saying to him straight away.
So we got the link to join the panel for the Q&A. If you guys want to join in, please click the link that's in the live chat or in the description of the video.
So let me go back to one of the earlier questions that I didn't get to ask last time or earlier on in the program. And I'll ask it now, which is when an individual says they're having problems with the nafs, and I know brothers, Dr. Sidat went through some of this. Is it a question of moral reform, or is it a question of what I would call what have they actually lost when they say I've lost, I need to reform? What is it they've actually lost? Because what I get a feeling of it is they've actually lost the ability to tell the difference between good and bad. That's what they seem to be losing, because they're committing sins, which is clearly wrong. So they're doing more of it. So they're losing some kind of ethical capability at that point. And I want to discuss it with, is it I mean, well, that's what I'm asking. It's a hypothetical. So what I'm saying is, when somebody starts sinning, they go down the road of essentially saying, well, it was wrong, but it's now no longer not as much wrong as it used to be. And then eventually it's like, well, it's not that wrong. And then eventually, okay, it's fine. So is that a moral issue they're having, or is it something else?
So I think a good way to think about this is maybe understanding the difference between what we call like shahwat and shubuhat.
But,
right?
yeah.
Okay, so shahwat has to do with someone's desires, right? So they're, and having excessive shahwat could lead to shubuhat. So let me just expound upon the terms themselves. So a shahwa is basically a desire, right? So you have a desire to eat and sleep and all the things we spoke about when we spoke about the nafs. But your shahwat can lead you to do things that are, not sanctioned within Islam, that you morally find distasteful, and so on and so forth. Now, in the first stages of that, you may find those things like, I know I'm doing something wrong. But can the human being stay in that state? They just keep on doing, and they keep considering it's wrong. The problem is that as human beings, we can't stay in that state, that we are just always doing something wrong. We have to do something about it. Either we have to find a way to get out of that state, or what comes in next is, as I had mentioned earlier, the aql. It comes in as this lawyer and says, you know what? Actually, what you're doing, it's perfectly okay. Right? But then you have to justify that somehow.
There we go.
One of the ways to justify that is to, look at, okay, differences of opinion and all other things. So this path of shahwat, like desires, it starts on, okay, well, this is, I feel bad about it, but it could end up as what we call shubuhat, which are doubts.
Doubts, right?
And so it starts off with this, it ends up there. Now, if a person finds themselves in this area where they're initially they're feeling bad about something, now they've stopped feeling bad. I mean, there's a number of things that they need to think about, need to put into practice. One of those has to do with coming back to Allah, right? The sense of tawbah, turning back to Allah, right? Because a lot of times, and this is where we're speaking about external forces. Remember, it's not just you, but you've got another being that's whispering to you. That's shaitan, right? So one of the things that shaitan doesn't want is for you to make tawbah, right? Is for you to turn back and get yourself out of that state of being, right? That's distant from Allah and so on and so forth. So you almost have to knock against that and proactively try to make tawbah and come back to Allah, right? Now that happens by way of dua, supplicating. It happens by way of doing good deeds as well that may not be related to the sin itself, right? Whether that's prayer, whether that's charity, whether that's, calling your parents if you haven't spoken to them in some time, forgiving the person that recently that you haven't spoken to in years, for instance, so things like that, because as we know from our paradigm, the good deeds that we do wipe out evil deeds. And that can be a way to cleaning up the heart. Because what happens is, as we mentioned when we were talking about Islamic pneumatology, right, is the idea that the heart gets covered the more sins you do. And eventually you break off altogether. Now, how do you clean and polish the heart? It's obviously tawbah is a very big part of it. And a lot of the books that you find on spirituality, whether we're looking at Ibn al-Qayyim's books, whether we're looking at Ihya Ulumuddin, you find that the very first thing that's mentioned, and with a lot of detail, is the idea of tawbah, right? Coming back and turning back to Allah. So that becomes very important if a person finds himself in that state. That would be your first step. inshallah.
And I think, you know, I mean, I remember being told very, very early on this, which is never diminish even the smallest act of good. I mean, even if it's smiling at somebody, you know, right? I mean, just do it. Even if it doesn't mean anything to you right now, when you carry on doing it, eventually it'll actually start meaning something to you. And this is what people forget, I think, which is that now that I've committed this, well, I can't do the other one now.
Right.
Because I've already done something bigger.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's not how it works. I mean, it's not like a sliding scale of to zero.
Right.
You know, actually, it never really goes to zero unless you want to walk out of the fold of Islam.
I mean, it's one of Shaitan's biggest tricks, right?
Exactly.
Like, I've done this sin, like, especially in Dawah. I'm sure you've seen this.
Yes.
Someone will come in and say, I'm so sinful. How can I call people to Islam? Right? And the reality is that every human being sins. And there's no point in your life where you can be like, okay, now I have no sins. Now I can call people to, I'm perfect now. So now I can call people to Islam. Right?
Or I don't have enough knowledge. I mean, this is the other one. I don't have enough knowledge. I don't know enough. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, I mean, at some point, you've got to accept the fact that you know enough to be able to call people at least. And then,
and it
then
happens,
you know, look,
the other way as well. When it comes
the other way being,
when you're giving dawah to someone, and they're saying, oh no, I can't become Muslim yet because I want to get to a certain point where, and basically in their head they have to become a perfect Muslim before they become a Muslim.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's not how it works at all. You're never going to be perfect. Even the Sahaba radiallahu anhum, like, the Qur'an was revealed to them over a period of 20 odd years. They weren't turned into super Muslims overnight. And the Qur'an says if we gave it to them all in one go, they would have fled. And it was a work in progress. It was, you know, revealed to them incrementally. And that's interesting because, like, even people when they're doing dawah and someone converts, and you see this problem with especially converts that happen to have a social media following already, there's such a high expectation put on them straight away. Like, you're now a Muslim, you're now representing Islam, so now you have to be super Muslim. And this can be really intimidating for a lot of people because you like, we're not like, it's not just taking a shahada isn't this on off switch. You don't just like bam, press this button, you've got a thobe, a huge beard, you're wearing a skull cap, and like you're walking around with beads in your hand, and like it doesn't happen like that. It takes years to slowly work and work at yourself. And there was another thing that was mentioned before we ended up on that topic, where you were talking about how the aql comes along and starts to try to justify things. There's a really interesting book called Ordinary Men that really touches on this, and it's about a battalion of normal people. Like, they were Polish police officers, I think. And they were like normal members of the community. They weren't psychopaths. There was nothing wrong with them. They were just like your average Joe. And there was a large enough number of them, so you couldn't really attribute like the fact that they must have been psychopaths. Like, they were just your standard average Joe. And they have access to their diaries. And when the war kicked off, they had to start doing really horrible things. Like, they were killing women and children and the elderly and the sick, and they were doing terrible things. And to begin with, in their diaries, you can see that it's playing on their conscience. Like, they have to do these things. So at the beginning of the part, what they start doing is they start to try to rationalize things. Yeah. And like, there's this huge attempt to try to justify this. It's almost like they think someone's going to read this and I need to justify it to them and to myself and to like everyone. And then as time goes on, the justification slowly disappears until eventually they just don't justify it at all. Like, but they're still doing it, and they're doing horrible things, and like, they've just pushed themselves incrementally over the edge. And aql took them there. Like, they're using reason, and and it's just, it can be quite sad because the reason, or the process of reason, can do that. It's not. And that's because as well, you're like, it's, you know, it is context dependent. What's going on in your life, what's happening. If all of these things are happening, like, for example, some of the justifications they gave for killing people was, if I didn't and I left them behind, they would have had a much worse life. Maybe they would have suffered. Maybe they would have starved. Maybe this, maybe that. And it's like, you know, they're sort of utilizing certain things like the harm principle, etc., to justify these. Sort of
Reminds me of some of the justifications given for abortion. It's the same excuse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like if they came to
But
this
this is
world,
the
or
thing.
they would have had a worse life and all that nonsense, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we got a
No,
new guest, Mr. Farooqui. Assalamu alaikum.
Your mic is not working.
Yeah, we
brother.
can't hear you. Lovely smile though.
We can't hear you. I think
Can't
you
hear you,
switch
sir.
your mic on.
Still can't hear you.
So if you press on the settings on StreamYard, if you press the cam/mic settings, go to your audio, and then there's a drop-down box for your microphone. Make sure you have maybe your headphones selected. Still can't hear you.
No.
All right, maybe
Sorry.
you can post your question in the private chat. If that
Sorry.
helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Inshallah.
Really sorry about this. We can't hear you, I'm afraid.
Oh, it might be. Allahu Alam.
Okay. There's someone
maybe
waiting.
bring
Can
it
they
back.
switch their camera on, please? So if you're waiting in the waiting room, please switch your camera on so we can validate you before bringing you on. Thank you.
Because there's been some sneakies in the past.
Yes.
And
It's unfortunate, yeah.
We've got to be on guard.
So,
protect
Brother
ourselves
Farooqui,
from
we're going to
sneak-
put you back into the waiting room temporarily until you, okay? And then we'll bring the next guest on, and then
Yeah,
we'll
I
bring
think
you
he's-
back.
He's typed his question. Okay, yeah.
Oh, he has, okay.
You came in really loud then, Abdul. It scared me.
No, this is a very good question, actually. So, if we were created from one soul, then many souls came from that. Okay.
Actually, this is the. So Allah did create from Adam alayhi salam. So Allah created Adam alayhi salam's soul first, and then from him, as it says in that ayah, for the chapter number, I think Surah Al-Anfal, is it? Let me just
Surah
check.
An-Nisa.
Surah An-Nisa. So
I
go
believe so.
on, Sheikh, if you can answer that, please.
Where do the
Oh,
many
go ahead,
souls go
inshallah.
after we die? Do the souls go to different levels of Jannah?
There's two questions there.
Okay.
So let's answer the first one.
Hold on, brother's still typing.
Okay.
Do we meet the souls? Okay, that's actually a very good question. Yeah, so actually, it's a
Cool.
very multidimensional question there.
Brother
Alhamdulillah,
Hashim, I'll let you
Jazakallah
take the first one. I'll take
Yeah,
the
go ahead,
next two.
please.
How about that?
Yeah.
Inshallah.
Go on, Sheikh Fahad. You can take
No,
the
go ahead,
first
take
one.
the first one, and I'll take the next two. Because I think I have some interesting points there.
Yeah, so the first question is, if we were created from one soul and then many souls came from that. Oh, I see. So the next, it's not a question actually. It follows. Where do the many souls go after we die? Do the souls go to different levels of Jannah? Yeah, I think it depends on so this is after the day of judgment, where the souls go, whether Jannah, whether Jahannam. So immediately after you die, we don't go Jannah or Jahannam. We have to wait for the day of judgment for that. So there's an interim, kind of
Barzakh.
place, which is the Barzakh. And that is where the souls go. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala basically makes this interim place as if it was paradise or hell, depending on your deeds, obviously, and depending on the judgment of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it's the journey of the soul. So first Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created Adam alayhi salam's soul. From Adam alayhi salam, many of the souls were created. And these souls, each of them, they were given this, Allah asked them the questions, Alasta bi rabbikum, am I not your Lord? And they all unanimously said yes. And they agreed and testified to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Then Allah said on the day of judgment, you will not have a reason to deny or to reject this testimony of yours. So this is the journey of the soul from Adam salam, created many souls from him, obviously from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's ability to create. And then each of them, when they were born, as I think, if I remember correctly, Dr. Sidat did mention this, that Allah puts the soul in us. Yes, and this is, I think, from the hadith, it's like after 4 months, 120 days kind of period. Yeah, so 120 days after, then we are given this soul into our body at that stage while we are still in the womb. And that is when you become alive, or that's when you become kind of viable, if that's the right word. And then the soul, obviously, once it enters our body, we grow up, we grow old, we eventually die, as everyone knows that this is kullu nafsin dha'iqatul maut. We all experience death, and this is something, regardless of what your belief is, you all we all agree that one day we will die. And then this soul will eventually go through the journey of in the grave, in the qabr, and then this is where the barzakh, the realm of barzakh starts. So until the, as the ulama say in the hadiths, or I think in the tafsir, when the trumpet is blown, when the last trumpet is blown, there'll be more than one trumpets blown. So until the last trumpet, that is when the declaration of the day of judgment, and then the what do you say, the judgment, day of judgment starts, and eventually it'll be either Jannah or Jahannam, depending on the judgment of Allah. So in short, that is the journey of the soul. Inshallah, hope that answers your question. You've got more questions here.
No, but to answer the other question is, do we get to meet the other souls that have passed before us? But Sheikh Fahad, if you could.
Yeah, no, this is I think this is a really interesting question. Do we meet the souls we have encountered here? So what's really interesting, there's a book by Ibn al-Qayyim called Kitab al-Ruh, right? And I think there's a section of it that may have been translated. I think it's called something like Journey of the Soul or something like that. And in that, he actually mentions that, you know, there is a meeting of the arwah. There's a meeting of the souls. In fact, because of, you know, the way the soul is, or the way the ruh is, that you can there is even a meeting of someone who's passed away, if they're righteous, with someone who's alive, right? Which I think is interesting in a form of like when a person's sleeping. Because as we know from the Prophet ﷺ, is that when we sleep, our souls, in fact, the Qur'an mentions this, when we sleep, our souls are taken out of our body.
Yeah.
And the Prophet ﷺ said that sleep is the sister of death.
Brother.
It's Allah who decides to place the soul back. So when we're in that state, the arwah can actually speak to each other, you know, and we have obviously, you know, testimonial evidence, you can say, about this, but there's also some evidence that Ibn al-Qayyim gives to substantiate this as well. So it is a possibility that if you see someone in your dreams per se, that it might be the actual person you're speaking to, you know. And Allah knows best, but that's one of Ibn al-Qayyim's opinions, and I think he has some good evidence to substantiate that. So, but I'll refer you to that book if you can read Arabic, then Kitab al-Ruh, and if not, then I don't remember what the English book is called, but it's something to do with soul, the journey of the soul, or something like that. But I think if you do a search, Ibn al-Qayyim soul, it'll probably come up, inshallah. Allah knows best. All right. So
does that answer your question, brother?
So there's one more. Do souls go to different heavens if that is granted? Does that mean that some souls may never meet after death? So yes. So souls. So the souls. The person can find themselves on different levels, right? But that doesn't mean they won't meet loved ones. Because, for instance, let's say one of the things that I want when I go to Jannah, inshallah, and may Allah make us all go to Jannah. Qulu Ameen ya Jama'ah. Ameen. Okay. Is that I would love to meet the Prophet ﷺ, right? And so this was one of the things that the companion said, right? Ya Rasulullah, because they had a close love with the Prophet ﷺ. And so they said, Ya Rasulullah, like, you know, basically, you know, they wanted to meet him. And so they, you know, and the Prophet ﷺ basically in answering this question, they said, you will be with the one that you love, right? And so it's very possible that you could be on a certain level of paradise, and if you wish that the Prophet ﷺ come down and meet you, that wish is granted and comes down and he meets you, you know, even though you might not be at that level, you know. So it's not that that you won't meet a loved one because they're on a separate level and you're on a separate level. That conception is not really there, you know. So we do have that. And then again, Jannah's in a form of ilm al-ghaib, right? So how that process works, how do we transfer to levels and be able to meet people? We know that we will, and as far as the process, only Allah knows best. Rather, Allah knows best.
Also, just one quick point here. You mentioned different levels of heaven. So there's only like 7 heavens. there's different levels of paradise. Some say more than 100. So we just need to clarify that. But
so sometimes the English word heavens versus paradise.
Yeah,
so heavens means like sama, like the like how would you translate that? Where it's not mixed.
Heavens is correct word.
Well, it's not because the first sama is actually all of this universe.
Right.
And this is it's very important for people to understand this. That when we say samawat wal ard, it means this, and there's 7 of those. So we're in the first one, and then there's 6 more.
Yeah.
And then Jannah, which is the English words heaven, is outside of this. Right.
Jannah literally means garden.
Exactly. Where we don't know. I mean, we're not told. I mean, specifically.
And I think the other in Jannah too, by the way.
And there are multiple levels there, by the way, because it said the one who recites the Qur'an, depending on how many ayahs he recites, he's incrementally in stages elevated. And the other thing which I hear quite often is Allah decides which soul goes into which body. And we're not told why, right? There is no information on that, because there are some traditions I know out there who seem to think they know why, because especially in Eastern traditions, dharmic traditions, they believe that karma, what they did in their previous life, decides which body they go into. This is something we don't believe at all. And the information and the knowledge of this is only with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He decides which soul, Allah decides which soul goes into which body. And
to be correct, I mean, to correct you, that everyone will be given a new body. So a new jasad.
No, I'm talking about birth. So at the time of birth. At the time of birth, the body you go into, the baby, the soul that's blown into you, Allah decides that. We don't know why you're chosen to go a particular family.
Allah will create both the earthly body and the heavenly body.
And then the heavenly body, there is a new body. And this is quite important, that in that next existence, a new body, Allah will give you a new body, a new suit. You get a new suit of clothes. It's great. You get a new wardrobe. Alhamdulillah. So we have one wardrobe for down here, and we'll have another beautiful wardrobe there as well to wear.
In the case of Hinduism, it's more like a costume party.
Yeah, and this is no, and this is a big challenge, because when we speak to those brothers there, they, so here's the thing with our Hindu brothers and sisters, if they really believe what they believe, then it means they can do whatever they want, because they get a million chances to get it right. Right? If they really believe what they believe, which is that they get a chance to come back and correct the mistakes from previous lives and so on and so forth, it means they have nothing to worry about. And this is something that is categorically denied in the Qur'an, right? And because they say Allah does not create out of jest. This is not a joke. Allah is, and we only get one chance. This life here, we will only taste death once. Is what Allah tells us. You will only taste this death. Taste this death once. But there is a passage that we go through, right, which is the first the creation of the soul. When you're born, you're in the womb, and you never go back to the womb. So we're on this one-way journey which never goes backwards, right? And its end point is actually the day of Qiyamah. Right, and this is the journey we are on. And yes, we have multiple existences in that journey, and each existence will be at the behest of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
And one of the ayahs that answers your question is this one: and those who believe and whose offsprings follow them in faith, to them shall we join their offspring, and we shall not decrease the reward of their deeds in anything. This is Surah At-Tur, chapter 52, verse 21. So yes,
this is a promise of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is a promise.
But provided they follow you in faith. So you're going to Jannah because of your faith. Yes. They will go to Jannah because of their faith, obviously. So that's the
righteousness is key here. Exactly. Alhamdulillah. Inshallah. May Allah make us of the righteous. Ameen.
All right. So Mr. Farooqui, hope we answered your questions. Yeah. Inshallah, if you got any other questions, do email us. Our email is on the bottom right corner, and inshallah we'll take it from there. Jazakallah khair.
Thank you. Jazakallah khair. Thank you for joining.
Assalamu alaikum.
Let's bring the next brother on.
Just to let you know as well, I'll need to go soon.
Yeah, sure,
inshallah.
Yusuf. No problem, bro.
Yeah. Likewise, I have about 10 more minutes.
Yeah, we're going to close. So this, inshallah, is the last guest. And after that, we'll close. Jazakallah khairan. So, Assalamu alaikum, Brother Zakaria. Thanks for your patience.
Wa alaikum salam. Wa alaikum salam. I have the question of the self-doubt. Like when you do something good, every time you get self-doubt. Like when you're in trouble, you wake up to pray like Salat Tajahud, and Shaitan will come to you, man. You know that it's not going to do anything. Why don't you just go to sleep? Don't waste your time. It's kind of, sometimes you say to man, why are you praying at all? You wasting time. Your friends are going to the gym, enjoying life now. That's the question I have. Self-doubt.
So you have doubts, or does somebody tell you this?
No. What he's saying is he wants to do a good action.
Okay.
And then self-doubt creeps in of why bother? A bit of apathy creeps in, which is why bother, because my friends are having fun. What's the big deal? Stay asleep. Don't wake up for tahajjud. How should I deal with this? Is that right, brother? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right, brother.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think one approach, and I'll mention the approach, and then if anyone wants to, maybe give some additional advice. Sometimes what happens is that we forget who Allah is. Okay. And the thing is, yeah, you could have that self-doubt, like, okay, my friends are partying and I'm stuck indoors, or I have to go to the masjid, or whatever it might be, whatever. But then again, let's go to more of a fundamental and foundational question, right? And that question has to do with, why are you doing what you're doing in the first place? And that goes to even a more of a foundational question, right? So why you're doing it is because you were created to worship Allah. Okay. But the question that's even more foundational than that, why is Allah worthy of that worship? Right? So you see, like, okay, we understand, let's say we have a rational understanding that the reason we're created is to worship Allah. Okay. Now that's there. We've accepted that as information. How does that play in terms of practice? You get to, why is Allah worthy of worship? And that's where you get into, okay, so Allah is worthy of worship because he gives me a lot of great stuff, right? Okay. But the problem is what happens when, let's say, in your perception, that stuff isn't there anymore. Okay. So Allah is not only worthy of worship because of the blessings, which he is, that's part of why we worship Allah, because of the blessings. Because if it wasn't for Allah, any single heartbeat that you have wouldn't be possible. You wouldn't be able to take one breath, and all of that was given to you as a gift without you earning it. Like you didn't pay anything to have all of that. But that's worshiping Allah from one aspect. There's another aspect about who Allah is, and that about basically who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is. Is he worthy of that worship, that praise, that glorification? And I usually give an example, and this may be Amerocentric, right? If that's really a word. And it's like, imagine that you go to a basketball game. I don't know what part of the world you're in, Zakaria, but just fill in your own sport here. All right. So if it's cricket or soccer,
he's in the US,
football, whatever it might be. So let's say one player takes this amazing shot. Okay. So in the American context, I'm going to refer to Steph Curry taking a jump shot, and it's all net. That's basketball. Okay. Now, what happens is you stand up and you start cheering like, wow, that was epic. That was amazing, right? You're just like, he is amazing. He's so incredible. Now, that was that one player that you praised and you were excited about because of an ability and a quality that one person has. How much more so when it comes to the creator of the heavens and the earth, right? That ability, that the qualities, the names, the attributes of Allah, how much more so would it be for Allah, right? So one of the reasons why we worship Allah is not just because of the blessings, even though that's there, but it's because who Allah is. He's more merciful than our own mothers, right? He loves us more than our own mothers. He has more care for us than anyone that we can possibly imagine. And all of that, he has he's maximally perfect in his power, and he's maximally perfect in his wisdom. So we could never imagine Allah being unjust. So he has no qualities of deficiency. Once we start reflecting upon that, I think we get back down to the foundations of why Allah is worthy of worship, and hopefully that can be a motivation to pull us out of that area of self-doubt. And one of the ways to do that, because the only way we know Allah is what Allah tells us about himself. One of the ways to do that is to have a connection with the Qur'an. The more you read the Qur'an, the more you ponder upon who Allah is, his names and his attributes, hopefully that'll have an effect for you to pull yourself out of self-doubt, because you realize that the one, it's not about the sin, but it's about the one you're sinning against, right? So the one you're sinning against is great. The sin in your eyes might be small, but the one you're sinning against is really what the focal point should be. And Allah knows best. I don't know if anyone else wanted to.
Yeah, mashallah, beautiful. It's as Brother Fahad said, it's, I think the other things, in addition to you doing the good deeds, the salah, the reading Quran, it's also important for you to keep good company. That has a really big impact on people, the type of company you keep. Yeah, I remember there was one alim who actually mentioned in an Urdu lecture about the different enemies that human soul has. Yeah, so he actually said these are your dushman. Dushman is like the term for your enemy, and it's basically 4 letters. So it's dal, sheen, mim, and noon. So the first dal is the dunya, the second sheen, the second letter is sheen for shaitan, mim for your mal, which is your wealth, and noon is your nafs, your own self, your own consciousness, what you built up over the years. So these are your 4 enemies, your dushman, as they say in Urdu. So
I like
all
that,
of this play an important part, the type of environment you're in, maybe the type of television programs you're watching, maybe the type of internet surfing you're doing, the type of friends you have, whether it's offline or online, and obviously the shaitan is there, the biggest enemy, Al-Adu Mubin, as Allah says in the Quran. Yes. And your wealth, you can either misuse it or you can use it. Again, you could do a lot of bad things with your wealth, or you could do a lot of good things. So all this is a test. This whole life in this dunya is a test. As long as you have that in your mind, that these enemies are the ones that you'll have to encounter. And Allah has given us the guidance, the Quran, the way of the Prophet ﷺ. This is his life, is basically his guidance. So read the seerah, read in addition to reading the Quran and the tafsir and so on, to try to find, I don't know, a teacher who can teach you personally, because there's nothing like having, someone teaching you directly, face to face, which was the legacy of, I think, all the prophets and their the people that they who followed them, the disciples. And this is not only in Islam, by the way. The guru in the Hindus, he's treated like a god, basically. Yeah, so they have utmost respect for the teachers. Doesn't matter whether they're Muslim or Christian or Hindu. Okay, it's just the culture over there. So I think you all these aspects are quite important. So inshallah, may Allah guide us all to the right path. And
I would ask a question. Yeah, I would ask a question. So, Brother Zakaria, have you studied the seerah of the Prophet Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam? Have you studied it?
I studied a long time ago.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. I mean, that's really good. So I would recommend that you. I would recommend you try and study it at least every year, at least once. Review it, because we forget the struggles that Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam had to go through to bring this message to us, and it brings tears to your eyes actually when you read, Taif, the story of Taif, what he went through.
Yeah,
and we think, we can't get out of bed. I mean, really? He puts it into perspective, really. I strongly recommend. And not only that, there was a time when he had to tie a stone to his stomach because he had not enough food. And we sit here in the warm bed with a belly full of food thinking, oh, I can't be bothered to get up. Really? You need to, it's a question of, as Sheikh Fahad said, it's a question of perspective. You know, there are people all over the world who are, you know, one of the hadith that I bring to mind, which is, if you want to consider your situation, look at those below you and then look at those above you. Right? When you look at those below you, be thankful and grateful for what you have. And look at those above you in terms of wealth and power, and be grateful you're not one of them, because you could be sinning like they are. Right? And really, it's a question of perspective. And you know, start small. You know, I would say, look, read an introductory seerah, again, just to refresh your memory again, and then read the Qur'an with it, right? And I'm telling you, it does wonderful things for your iman. It really does. I mean, just listening to the seerah. You know, I mean, there are many good recordings out there. If you can't read or you don't want to read, listen to it. I mean, there are many good sheikhs out there that are narrated these stories in short, for children, for adults. You know, short version, long version, tafsir version. You know, there's many options. And I think in this day and age, there's no excuse anymore to say, "Oh, I couldn't find it." You know, the fact that you can come onto this program and ask us means you have the ability to find it. So you have no excuse.
That's true, bro.
All right, brother. Jazakallah khairan.
Jazakallah khairan.
Hopefully answered your question, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
Right, last but not the least, I know I told Ustad Fahad it'll be the last question, but trust me, this is the last one. We know Brother Qalb, mashallah, he comes here regularly.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Qalb.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a pleasure to see you both, brothers, once again, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, good to see you.
See you
what brings you onto our channel? What question do you have?
MashaAllah. I'm sorry I joined in very late. I just finished my Fajr prayers. Yeah,
that's okay. Alhamdulillah.
Last few live streams that which you have had was on Hinduism, and there was always the talk about the Brahman, and everything emanates from the Brahman. So there was this one brother, or in fact, our Muslim Dai brother. He raised a query like, what about the statement that which we say, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi rajiun. To Allah we belong and unto Him we return. You know, what if someone uses this particular verse to say that it is the source through which we come from and it is the source that which we go back to? So I would just like to hear the brothers, the comments about how would they tackle or handle such a kind of an argument if somebody raises so.
Sorry, you're saying if we say this for a non-Muslim, is that what you're saying?
No, like if a non-Muslim happens to raise this as an argument of saying, okay, look, even in your Islamic faith, you have this, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi rajiun. To Allah we belong and unto Him is our return. So the kayfiyah, the actuality of it, you may not understand it. This is what we've been told by our sages. This is the higher level of information or knowledge that which we have, that we go back to that source. So how would we, answer such a kind of an argument? Or I would like to hear the brothers.
So it's a modality of basic the howness.
Okay. Yes.
It's a very well. No, it's more than that. It's an interesting question, because what they're saying is, we believe Brahman pervades everything. We believe we moksha in the end, we become one with this thing. Well, guess what? You guys believe the same thing, surely. And again, it's actually a bad equivocation, by the way.
It is,
because they're not understanding what Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi rajiun really means. But actually, at a face level argument, it could derail a da'i. Right. So the question is how should we address this? What's the answer?
So one of the things is that you have to recognize that you're looking at that from a specific, let's say, paradigm, right? In order to give it that interpretation, because you could, let's say, if that's your interpretation, we could have another interpretation which says that we are owned by Allah, right? And that the return is to Him, as the normative understanding of Muslims are. So how would we tell the difference, right? From a Muslim standpoint, we understand that when we're going to interpret ayat of the Qur'an, that there's a methodology by which we do that, right? And part of that methodology is understanding it from a paradigmatic perspective, in the sense that there are certain things that we understand that precede the reading of the text. One of those things is that Allah is a creator and he's separate from his creation. Now, if you want to read it with combining those things, that's a pre-assumption that you have to make based on your paradigm, right? But our paradigm, which by the way is derived from the Quran itself, doesn't allow that, right? And if you use your paradigm, you will end up contradicting other verses in the Quran. And we know from the Quran itself, again, that there are no verses that contradict each other, right? So the one, du'at love using the ayat, that one ayah, that you won't find any contradictions in the Quran, right? أَفَلَا تَتَدَّبَّرُونَ الْقُرْآنَ وَلَوْ كَانَ مِنْ عِنْدِ غَيْرِ اللَّهِ لِوَجَدُوا فِيهِ اخْتِلَافًا كَثِيرًا. Had it been from any other than Allah, you would have found in many contradictions. If you have two interpretations, one is free of contradictions and one has a contradiction, then you go with the one that is not contradictory, right? In terms of the method of understanding the Quran. And so, it's a good exercise for Muslims, du'at, and things like that, that there's a book on the principles of tafsir. In fact, the introduction, the preface of the Tafsir Ibn Kathir, he goes over this methodology. And it's very important to understand it so that people don't trip you up when it comes to the Quran, right? So Christians do this, Hindus will do this. Look at this verse. If you don't have an understanding of that methodology, or that usulu tafsir as the methodology of how to understand and how to explain the Quran, you can get tripped up very quick. So again, I would say this depends on the person's paradigm. So either you can take a Hindu paradigm, but you will have contradictions for yourself because you can't apply it consistently throughout the entire Quran. Whereas the paradigm that the Quran itself tells us is consistent.
And just going back to what we were talking about earlier, this is actually a very good example where we have a clash of paradigms, like the Kuhnian clash almost, right? So if you live in the Hindu paradigm and you try and understand the Muslim paradigm, it's very difficult. Or exactly like scientific revolutions, and again, I think for the da'i they have to understand this, because we often, and I've discovered this myself over the years, is we often feel that if we explain it well enough, they'll get it.
Yeah. By the way, I want to make a quick point with regards to their interpretation of this ayah. So they believe in the Brahman, which is the universal soul, which is not personal, by the way. So it doesn't. It's not the same as we believe Allah. Who does basically have different attributes of mercy and love and so on. And there is an interaction in the sense that he's the one who basically shows mercy to his creation and so on. When they say the Atma actually merges with this universal soul, what is the Atma? According to them, the Atma itself is Brahman. Yes, which has been clouded by Maya, which means your illusion that you have when you're in this world. That you are a distinct person from the Brahman, but eventually you're not, they are saying. So when we say inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi rajiun, when I say inna lillahi, that means to Allah we belong. So Allah and we are two different entities, yeah? One is the creation, one is the creator. But in that sense, it's the same. So he's saying God returns to God, basically. We are saying creation returns to God. Do you understand the distinction here?
Of course, I think the color.
So you can't even say that we return because there is no we in their paradigm. It's like it just becomes a
brother. I was actually going to say. I was actually going to say exactly what Brother Hashim just said. I mean, their interpretation of the phrase is contradictory because you have two separate identities right there. All right, so right now, if we belong to Allah and Allah doesn't belong to us, then that's what you're saying is that you have two identical beings with different properties. Because if we are identical to Allah, then just you can't say one thing of us that you can say of Allah that you cannot say of Allah. So the interpretation itself will be contradictory. There's no us and there's no Allah. I mean,
question to Brother Kaleem. Brother Kaleem, you're an experienced da'i. How did you respond to this?
He said, I will ask the DawahWise team.
I would answer this by quoting the verse of the Quran, Surah Nahl, chapter 16, verse 43. فَاسْأَلُوا أَهْلَ ذِكْرِ إِن كُنتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ.
So back to brother Hashim's answer. He'll go back down to DawahWise and ask them.
Exactly.
No, that was the mashallah, the logical thing. I wanted to learn from the brothers. Alhamdulillah.
And look, when we talk about different religions, we have to really understand what they believe, because they can easily say, "Oh, this is same like what the Muslims believe," but they might be actually deceiving you because they know the reality, but you don't know. So they can easily like pull the wool over your eyes, like they say.
I think this is a very good point. So I think I want because I saw, and again I mentioned this outside of the content, and we'll try and close here. But one of the very important things to do as part of this is actually question more than tell, right? Because if you tell, then you have no idea whether you're actually understanding their paradigm. So one of the most important aspects of any conversation, any discussion, is to actually ask questions to uncover what is it you actually believe, why do you believe this? And Brother Yusuf and Brother Abdul, I was on a conversation recently where we tried to get to the bottom of why do you believe what you believe, and at the very bottom of this discussion, what bottomed out was that they actually have no foundational meaning to anything, right? So any meaning they ascribe to it is just socially assumed that that's what it means. And when you ask them, well, what does it mean? He says, well, it's what everybody else believes, right? And when you uncover this, you then realize that when they talk about certain things, it's nothing like what you refer to it as. And then when you realize you need to have a different conversation now. It's not a conversation of, I need to prove to them this exists. You need to say, okay, well, why is it that you don't believe there is some concept of foundational truth, as Sheikh Fahad was saying, some axioms at the bottom? Or why is it that you believe nothing can be grounded in any kind of foundation? Or this verbiage that you're using, this vocabulary, why do you believe it means this? And we see this as a common rhetoric tool actually on the internet, where people will say, we had a recent case actually, and I won't go into it too much, where they will say, well, I don't know what this word means, and it depends on what you mean on whether I should answer it or not. And it becomes actually a flippant retort where it's not an argument anymore, it's complete sophistry and rhetoric. And so we need to actually understand
such a relativistic view of epistemology. Is just the easiest way to defeat it is to say that, well, truth is objective for me. Now, as a relativist, he can't refute that because he's so relative to me, you are objectively irrational. And that's the end of the discussion. Exactly. And so that's why relativism is kind of self-defeating, because you can't you can't generalize this principle. What you're basically saying is that anything goes. Well, if anything goes, truth is objective for me. That's going to be one of my foundational beliefs, and we're done with the discussion. It's quite ridiculous, to be honest, because how do you even believe something is true? Like, how is it true relative to you if you actually believe it is true? It's kind of inconsistent to think that epistemic relativism is true when in fact your own view says that something can only be true within your own paradigm. Exactly. So it's not like epistemic relativism is true. It's just that you have this subjective view that you can't generalize. It's exactly quite,
and I think this is where we need to differentiate between the individual that is genuinely seeking versus the one that's in front of you for sophistry and just argumentation.
All right, brothers.
Because you could spend an hour talking to this individual and not get anywhere. Yeah, and we don't have all the time in the world.
Jazakallah khair, yes. We got a lot to say, I'm sure.
Alhamdulillah. Our panelists are not tired. We appreciate the brothers being on for so long.
We need to give them a break, But really appreciate all your efforts. Jazakallah khair. You've contributed a lot.
And Sheikh Fahad, marathon run. MashaAllah. Thank you so much.
One of those topics. Inshallah, we can have a few more episodes.
He'll accept it from all of us, inshallah. I think everyone.
I mean,
you guys do this all the time. I came in once, and I'll see you guys in a few months. But
inshallah, I want to extend thanks to our audience as well, who stay with us and support us and make dua for us, please, that we are successful in at least delivering the message. And you are part of that ecosystem, by the way. We only do this for the sake of Allah. All of us have day jobs. We're all busy doing other things, and we do this voluntarily. So, inshallah, please keep us in your du'as. always.
سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نستغفرك ونتوب إليك